and the white pants. Central Columbia in their all-white uniforms, navy blue jerseys, and silver helmets. We welcome those of you watching on the WKOK Sports YouTube channel, and I saw a flash that was not a camera flash that time,
Yeah,
Chief.
I saw it too. It might have been. I saw it over those trees straightly across from us. It wasn't the towers up on Blue Hill.
No, I believe it. I'm hoping it was over top of Blue Hill.
Yes.
On the other side, it would be nice.
Well, Kevin, I don't think Central Columbia has changed their uniforms as long as I've been around them.
Oh, yeah, they have.
Well, Shikellamy always used to scrimmage them before they played them. All right, I think this is the first year that I think that the Braves have actually played Central for a while. I know when I was doing the Lewisburg games, that was a matchup all the time, Central Columbia and Lewisburg.
The pants haven't changed. The jerseys have changed slightly. They never had the blue on the shoulders, which they do now. And the helmets have changed a couple of times over the years. It used to be a blue C on the side. Now it used to be the Fighting Blue Jay, and then I think it was just a Blue Jay at one point.
I got you. Well, you should know. This is your alma mater.
Well, that's been a long time ago, my friend.
I know, but they still remember you up there, Kevin.
Well, they don't admit to it, but that's a whole different topic.
I don't know. There was that time we were up there doing the basketball game, and all the moms were coming up talking to Kevin Herr.
Do you remember what I said to you, though?
Yeah, where were they when I was in high school?
Yeah,
yes, I know.
When I was walking the halls, they weren't coming up and talking to me. I can tell you that. Thanks for joining us here tonight on News Radio 1070 WKOK and on the WKOK Sports YouTube channel. While we await the coin toss or the ceremonial coin toss, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Shikellamy Braves football. Both teams have made their appearance out on the field at the center for the ceremonial coin. Actually, are they actually doing the coin toss this year on the field?
They did not get together before the game, Kevin.
I am excited about this.
Yep, they just did it.
I have not seen this in years. So the Braves have won the toss, and they have elected to receive the football. And I like that call.
So do I.
I like that call. Get momentum right out of the gate. I think that's a good one.
Well, the captains out there are Schaefer Knights and Ethan Turber, and along with Rashawn Martin. So I don't know if they're the tri-captains or if they're game captains, but it's always kind of a neat thing to be able to go out and represent your team and win the coin toss.
Well, it's fun, too, when you are not hitting somebody in the same color uniform and helmet you're in. And these guys have not been able to do that since October of last year.
Well, I'm looking at Luke Snyder. Luke played basketball last year, but that's the first he was able to play any sports because when he was a freshman, he hurt his shoulder, I believe it was, and he was out for quite a while. In fact, he was out the whole rest of his freshman year and the whole sophomore season at football. So he's raring to go, and he started as a freshman, Kevin. Junior right now.
Well, both teams have now finished everything up. They are now making their way out on the field. Well, I thought they were making their way out on the field. I don't know if we're...
Yeah, no, they're...
Okay, now I was going to say, we're at 7 o'clock, and I thought we were going to be getting going here, and we are.
The officials are just waiting for everybody else to get into things.
The officials are waiting for the team.
Yeah. Well, I would imagine that we're going to see our speedster back there in Mr. Morgan. All right. Not only is Chase one of the fastest people on the team, he's one of the fastest people in the state. And he has put on his upper body right now, folks, is pretty powerful, too. So he looks like a typical 100-meter sprinter, all right? Strong, fast legs and a strong upper body.
Freshman Blake McGuire will kick off for the Blue Jays. Dylan Gregory will get the timing down. He is the lead player out there, and he will set things up from the 40-yard line, dead center. As you mentioned, back deep, Morgan and Martin. Kick goes to Morgan at the 10-yard line, to the 15, 20, straight up the middle, the 25 to the 30. Breaks a tackle at the 30 and gets to the 35, 36-yard line. Maybe a touchdown-saving tackle by Pyatt there. That was an outstanding run right up the middle.
It was a middle return. Everybody blocked out, and he had that hole for a second. He made the quick move to the left, and you're right, Kevin. one man to beat, and the kid did a nice job of bringing him down. He actually tackled him by the legs, Kevin.
It was a solid tackle.
Yes, it was.
You know, it's always special teams always make you nervous here in week one because you don't get a whole lot of time to work on it. Braves took advantage of a good return there. Now they come right out from the huddle, from the sideline with no huddle at the 36-yard line. Backs are split, wing to the far side, ball in the air, hash mark as the Braves move right to left. Here's the handoff, goes to the right side, finds Snyder. No, it's going to be a pass down the middle, and it is caught, and was it ripped out of the hands of Lucas Wetzel?
Yes, it was.
Yes, it was. Ripped out of the hands by Dylan Gregory. Gregory picks it off. Wetzel had it, and Gregory just took it right out of his hand.
That's excellent play by Dylan Gregory. The ball was delivered exactly where it was supposed to be, and there was a lot of pressure on Raybuck at that time, and he delivered it and got hit as soon as he got rid of the football. So give Dylan Gregory I'd give him a star on that helmet.
Absolutely.
Man. Great play.
And Central Columbia gets a sideline warning here. By the way, the Braves now with turnover number 1. They were minus 15 a year ago. 11:45 to go here in this first quarter. And on the first play of the game, the Braves have turned the ball over in Central Columbia with good field position at the 44-yard line.
The tight end just drug across the middle about 10, 15 yards deep, and it was a great pass, but again, Gregory ripped it out of Wetzel's hands.
Really good run fake, by the way, too.
Yes.
I was not expecting that run fake right out of the gate. Welcome with a lone setback behind him, moving left to right. He'll give it to that running back. That's going to be, looked like it might have been Shad, and Shad went nowhere. May have gotten a gimme yard to the 45-yard line.
Well, Wetzel on the tackle out there along with 54 Nate Bradigan, and the linebackers in on there too with Schaefer Knights and Luke Snyder. So the thing I liked is exactly what I saw on Saturday, Kevin. A lot of people around the ball.
Well, the Braves defense are going to have to stand up now because Central Columbia is looking like they have a little hop in their step as they break the huddle. 2nd down and 9. Again, wing to the near side, ball in the middle of the field. Here comes the handoff left side, and this one is going to go to Gombert. Gombert turns the corner off the left and gets to the 40-yard line, and there's a flag back at the line of scrimmage.
Probably going to be a hold. Martin made the tackle. You know, Kevin, you're not going to believe this, but Gombert's dad, John Gombert, played for us here in 8th grade.
I wondered about that. Yes. I heard that name before.
Yes, he did, and I knew that he lived in that area, and I just remember the kid looks very, very athletic, just like John was along with all of his brothers.
And that's going to be an expensive holding play because instead of a first down in Shikellamy territory at the 40-yard line after a 15-yard gain, that's going to go back another 10 yards and bring up a 2nd down and 19 back to the 35-yard line of Central Columbia.
Central Columbia got the corner. They blocked down. The linebackers did not scrape out, and they got the cornerback on that side in. And he had a little bit of speed, and it was Rashawn Martin that ran him down on the sidelines over along the Central Columbia bench.
Central Columbia, another team that has a lot of guys at running back. Shad is the deep back now behind Welcome, the quarterback. 2nd down and 19 from the 35. Back to pass, rolling out, has time, fires it along downfield, wide open, and he missed the opportunity to get him. Eli Book was wide open down the left side, and he overthrew him by 5.
I have no idea if they were in cover 1 or if I don't know if they were man-to-man or zone, Kevin, and I don't think the Braves did either because there were 3 defensive backs all in one spot as the receiver ran right by them. So let's just chalk that off to first game jitters and a little bit of miscommunication. But it's 3rd and 20 right now, folks. The ball resting on Central Columbia's 35-yard line, middle of the field.
4 wide receivers now, shotgun, sidecar right. And it's Welcome now in the shotgun. Long count. 3-step drop, pressure coming, rolls out. Snyder's chasing him, tripped him up and sacked him. Actually, it's going to go down as a gain of a half a yard and bring up a 4th down.
Luke came through clean, just a inside linebacker blitz, and he was right off the left guard spot. And he got back there, and I thought the quarterback was going to get away, but Luke's very quick. He turned the corner and got him by the ankle and put him down.
So it's 4th down and long with 10-11 remaining. And remember, Welcome is the punter. Too deep for the Braves. On the far side is going to be Morgan. To the near side is Snyder. Long count. And the punt is away. Decent punt, taken at about the 35. Broke a tackle. Morgan now at the middle of the field. To the midfield stripe to the 50. And he's spun down at the Central Columbia 49-yard line.
He is fun to watch, Kevin. I mean, there was a man right on him as he caught the ball. He sidestepped him. The next man met him. He sidestepped him. And again, a nice solid tackle by the Central Columbia defender at the 50-yard line, or he'd be gone.
He indeed would be gone.
Braves at midfield. 9:43 to go here in this first quarter. First quarter of the new football season.
And the Braves will come out now with a full house backfield.
Almost a wishbone, Kevin. In
It
fact,
is
it
a
is
wishbone.
the wishbone.
It is a wishbone, yes. And a handoff on the right side with room is Luke Snyder. That room just closed up. There was a hole there off the right side, and he'll get back to the original line of scrimmage, maybe a half a yard more.
If there's one thing I did notice, it seemed like the backs once in a while did not want to go north and south. They had the hole, you just gut it up and pick up a couple of yards, but that time Luke tried to get outside and they caught up with him and he didn't get much of a gain.
Shotgun now with a sidecar to the right at the Central Columbia 49-yard line. Second possession for the Braves. 9:07 to go first quarter. Direct snap. Handoff now to Schaefer Knights. Schaefer Knights up the middle and will pick up a yard to the 48-yard line.
Almost a draw play, Kevin. Basically Schaefer Knights didn't move from his position and Raybuck just gave it to him right behind the center. Tough defense by the Central Columbia Blue Jays.
48-yard line, third down and 8, and whistles. It's going to be offsides against the Blue Jays.
If you line up in that neutral zone, I believe they called encroachment, don't they?
Well, in high school, you cannot get back either. You don't have, once you break the plane and get into the neutral zone, the play is over.
Well, that makes your options a little bit different here.
Sure does.
But they're not changing the play, Kevin. The Braves did not huddle up after that. They're coming right out to run whatever they were going to do when it was 3rd and 8.
So it's 3rd down and 3 from the Central 48-yard line. I'm sorry, make that the 43-yard line. Shotgun formation, sidecar left. Long count by Raybuck. Back to pass. Pressure's coming. He fumbled the ball. He's going to pick it up and try and run with it at the 35. Spins out of a tackle and is dropped at the 33-yard line. He did an outstanding job of trying to do something with nothing and ended up getting drugged down at the 33-yard line anyway, and a loss of 18 and a player down for the Blue Jays.
3-step drop or shotgun, only three steps back, not going to work for you if you don't block. And I think that they brought everybody but the safety and the corners that time, and too many people to block, and the ball did not get thrown quick enough. I'm sure it was a short pattern, but any way you look at it, the Braves lost a bundle there, Kevin.
It's going to be 4th down, and yikes.
Well, the ball's sitting on the Shikellamy 34-yard line right now on the left hash.
So there'll be 8:20 remaining here in the first quarter on Shikellamy's second possession, and this will bring out Coons likely to punt.
Yeah, I watched Nick play soccer on Monday in a scrimmage with Millville and East Juniata. Excellent soccer player. He's punted and he's kicked. This is his second year. And the thing that if you remember, Kevin, he's not punting. They put somebody else in.
Yeah, it looks like it might be Raybuck punting. That's a little bit of a change here on game day. He'll get the direct snap. He's going to almost rugby punt it. Got a pretty good punt off. Fair catch called for at the 33-yard line there by number 15, Eli Book. And Central Columbia with their second possession of the ball game now after giving up a few yards on offense. Actually, and the turnover will, give up another, looks like about 10 yards they lost on that possession change.
Well, they're back on their own 34-yard line, and I think at one time they were up on their own 40 or 38, something like that. But They've got good field position, all right? And Shikellamy did before, but they gave it up on that long sack.
Don't forget, we're looking for the Shamokin Dam Health Center backbreaker play of the game, the play that made the difference in this game. We'll have it in the postgame for you. Under center, handoff left side to Shad. Shad has nowhere to go at all. Luke Snyder wraps him up for a loss of 2 on the play.
You got to give big old number 73 a lot of help there, a lot of credit. Cooper Rouse, 253 pounds and 6'1", slid out from that nose tackle spot to help make that tackle.
7:38 remaining here in the first quarter of play. Central Columbia, after the loss of 1, will bring up a 2nd down and 11 from the Blue Jay 33-yard line.
So far, the Braves have done an excellent job against the run. They've got the one pass play could have been a touchdown if the ball would have been thrown a little bit shorter. So, see what Central Columbia does here on 2nd and 10.
Under center is welcome on 2nd and 10. He will hand the ball off left side. Running room there for Gombert for a minute.
Nothing.
Actually, there was about a minute, and then all of a sudden, stepping up out of nowhere is Lucas Wetzel, and Wetzel just shut it down from his defensive tackle position.
Yeah, Luke, a slimmer, trimmer version of himself from last year, playing that defensive tackle spot, just sliced through and caught him 2-3 yards in the backfield.
That was the same play that they hit really well. And had a holding penalty on in that first series. So after the loss of 4, it'll bring up or make that 3. It'll be a third down and 13.
Yeah, they're from just on the Braves side of the 30-yard line in their own territory.
One receiver coming out to the near side, actually make it 3 now. Ball in the far hash mark, moving left to right. Welcome takes a direct snap, rolling out, stepping up into the pocket. Chased, fires it, incomplete, and it was probably a good drop there by number 15, Eli Book, because that wasn't going anywhere.
Well, Ethan Turber was all over him, all right? In fact, Ethan held up because he didn't want to get accused of pass interference. Yeah. But if he'd have caught the ball, he would have got about a 4-yard gain, and Ethan would have wrapped him up. Now, good pressure by the Braves. They did a nice job of contain, made the quarterback turn inside.
Morgan and Martin, who lined up at their own 15, 20-yard line in the last punt, now at the 35, the Braves are starting to turn that field and tilt that field in their favor.
That's Luke Snyder.
That's what I said.
Yeah, I know. I know you said that. High snap.
He controls it, though. Welcome gets it away. Taken on the far side by Martin. He is met and broke the tackle at the 35. And he gets to the 40. Actually, they'll spot him at the 39-yard line. Boy, oh boy, he was going to get absolutely nothing at the 35-yard line and come out with a bonus score.
That's Chase Morgan, not Martin. As you said, it was Chase Morgan.
I know. It's early in the season for me, too, Chief.
Rashawn is 33. Chase is 23. 28. He's 28.
The problem is when a 33 gets bunched up, it looks like a 28. That's what I was dealing with there.
I'll give you that one, buddy.
All right.
6:08 to go here in the first quarter. Neither team really able to do anything so far, Kevin.
Neither's the guy calling the game.
Well, you got a lot on your mind, man. I'll tell you what. You're probably still thinking about all the stuff you got to do at work on Monday, right?
Nah, that's not anything. 6:08 remaining here in the first quarter. Braves at their third possession in a scoreless game. Shotgun now with 4 receivers in the pattern. Direct snap. Fires it to the near side. Overthrew is the intended receiver, Snyder, and probably a good idea because Ty Regan was coming in from his Sam position full blown.
I think Central Columbia's defensive plan is to put as much pressure on the freshman quarterback as possible because every time he's lined up in the shotgun or it's a passing situation, they've got every gap filled. They've got 8 guys on the line of scrimmage.
2nd down and 10 from the 39. Wing to the far side. 1 receiver to the near side. Backs are split now behind Raybuck. Raybuck sends a man in motion. That's Fernandez. And the handoff straight up the middle. Stopped at the 40 and then leaning ahead to the 40. Make that the 41-yard line now for the Braves is Schaefer Knights.
Number 12 for Logan Welcome. Somebody leveled him, came out of that pile, all right, and he almost did a flip.
Yeah, Shaw did do a flip there from his linebacker spot. You're right. It'll be 3rd down and 7 from the Shikellamy 42-yard line. The Braves will come right out, start looking at the armbands now. 1 receiver to the far side of the field, and that's going to be Packer. Shotgun, 3 receivers near side. Here comes the direct snap. Raybuck back to pass. Pocket comes down, fires it up. It is intercepted. And falling at the 50-yard line with the pick for the Blue Jays is going to be Nate Smith, the corner. And that time, I think Raybuck threw it off his back foot.
He did. He was backpedaling again. A lot of pressure by the defense. And right now, the coach has got to talk to Brody a little bit and get him settled down. But in that play, that moves the ball to the midfield for the Central Columbia Blue Jays, so they picked up 15 yards on change of possession, Kevin.
Third possession for the Blue Jays now with 5:13 to go in a scoreless first quarter. Central Columbia now with a first down and 10 at the midfield stripe. Blue Jays have been able to move the ball from time to time, but then a couple of penalties really, really hurt. Two receivers to the near side. Welcome with one man behind him at the running back slot. Back to pass, looking to the near side, fires it complete to the near side. Right there to Jackson Hoffman, who will pick up 13 to the 37-yard line.
Miguel Pagan with the tackle, but the receiver got between the two zone areas, between the up zone and the back zone, and it was a nice touch pass by the quarterback, and he just delivered it right on the money, and they picked up big yardage.
I think that might be our first down of the ball game.
I think you're right, Kevin. We would have had one before, but it was brought back because of a penalty.
Yes, indeed. 5 minutes remaining, first quarter, scoreless. Central Columbia with the ball in Shikellamy territory. Their deepest penetration of the evening, 37-yard line. Welcome now, back to, will set up under center. Two-step drop, swings it out to the far side. Looking for room there is Snavely. Snavely turns the corner to the 30 and is pushed out of bounds right about the first down marker. We'll see if they spot it. Well, they're going to say he came back to the 30-yard line, so it's a gain of 7.
Yeah, and he did a nice job of getting around Chase Morgan, who was the cornerback there, to pick up that yardage. Right now, I think Central Columbia is feeling that, hey, you stopped our run, but we think we can pass against you, and they've been able to do that.
We'll try and get you some updates on the WKOK scoreboard. Just go to WKOK.com, click on scoreboard. You can see it yourself as well. Over to the left side, Shad with some running room, gets close to the first down marker, but only picks up 2. He needed 3. It'll be 3rd down and 1 from the Shikellamy 27, I'll make that the 28-yard line.
The entire right side of Shikellamy's defense in on that tackle. The last person I saw come out of there was Isaac Schaefer-Knights. Kevin, you notice there's no 40-second clock running, is there? Did they get rid of that?
I don't know. I think it's being kept on the field. I think I heard that earlier. They were having trouble with the play clock, so that was being kept on the field. 3rd down and 1, and a huge 3rd down, and this is going to be a timeout by Central Columbia on this 3rd down and 1, and a pretty good timeout at that, just to make sure you get things squared away. Coming up tomorrow night, it's Lewisburg Green Dragons football. They open the season on 100.9 The Valley, taking on the Shamokin Indians. And that'll get underway at 7 o'clock. 7:30 is kickoff.
Yeah.
Yes. I had mixed up my my text here, the wording here for it, because I have and Sunday the Steelers host the Lions, but that's next that's next Sunday, not
well, Kevin,
that's actually that actually might be the preseason game that's on 100.9 The Valley this weekend.
I spent quite a bit of time with Greg Wetzel yesterday during the Steve Jones show, and he told me that Lewisburg's their tailback they were counting on tore his ACL at a camp up at Penn State this year.
Yes, he did.
And what's going to happen now is Cam Michaels is going to be placed into a much bigger role. And I don't know if Cam can do anything more, because he does about everything, not only on the football field, but on the basketball court too.
No question. No question. Split out to the far side is Book. They're going to go double tights and almost like a Berwick. And there's motion. Yeah, he moved. The running back moved forward at Roberts, and that's actually with the double tight end on the right side, a false start.
Well, that's a break for the Braves. Kevin, you think they're in 4-down territory here?
I'm going to guess they are.
The way Braves have not been able to move the football, I would think they would do that.
So a 3rd down now and about 6 with 4:03 to go. And a huge 3rd down as Central Columbia has now tilted the field in their favor. And back to pass, rolling out to the near side is Welcome. Pressure's on, fires one off his back foot, got him! He completes the pass to the near side to Book. Book spins in and gets down to the 1 yard line.
Well, Kevin, the deep defender in that zone has to come up and either make that tackle or intercept that pass, because that was another case where that ball was delivered in between the zone areas perfectly, and nobody was there to stop him. If it wouldn't have been for, I believe it was number 4, which would have been Ethan Turber, he would have scored on that.
And we apologize for those of you watching on WKOK.com. We are having some issues with getting our cameras here, a little weather coming in, and we'll try and get that squared away. Handoff right up the middle, and there is no room at all there for Gomberg.
Yeah, I'm looking at looked like, Luke Snyder stepped in there and filled the gap and made the tackle. So actually, I think they might have lost a half a yard on that, Kevin. But any way you look at it, they got 2nd and goal from just inside the 2 yard line.
And now we'll give you an opportunity to see this goal stand, hopefully by the Braves defense. Central Columbia looking to get on the board for the first time with 3:05 to go here in the first quarter. Ball at the 3, 2nd down. Jumbo left side, and I think the Braves that time jumped offside. So this will be half the distance to the 1.5 yard line.
That's the first penalty against the Braves, I believe.
It
Kevin.
is. It is. You are correct. So with the clock stopped with 2:57 to go, some dark clouds moving in.
Going north of us, Kevin. North of us.
I think so too, because I see sunshine.
Yeah.
To our, is that the west,
west
over there? I don't know. I'm challenged that
Touchdown.
way. And over to the left side,
Number
and
12.
pushing deep into the end zone is Schad. And Schad will get the Blue Jays on the board with a touchdown.
Yeah, it's 2:49 to go here in the first quarter, and I'll tell you, that could be a big, if you want to call it, momentum swing here. You score first against a team that's been having trouble running their offense, and it could be a long night for the Braves.
Here comes the extra point, and the kick is up high enough, long enough, and it is good. So McGuire Blake will make the extra point, and it will be 7-0 in favor of Central Columbia with 2:49 to go, and turning a turnover into points.
Exactly, everybody. You probably get the same question, hey, how are the Braves going to be this year? And from what I saw, I said I'm cautiously optimistic. But right now, everything that they did at Montoursville in the scrimmage is not taking place out on the field right now. So maybe we give a lot of credit to Central Columbia. They're not giving Raybuck any time to throw the ball. And when we do run the ball, they did a nice job of keeping like 8-9 guys in the box. And the Braves not able to get anything of any significant yardage so far.
Some early scores here in the first quarter. North Schuylkill leading Mount Carmel 7-0. And Danville leading Bloomsburg 21-0 in the first quarter at Ironman Stadium. And by the way, real quick, Chief, Selinsgrove Bellefonte, they are in a lightning delay at this moment.
Yeah. Danville looks to be, unbelievably loaded again this year. I mean, they
still have another Persing left.
With that, well, he supposedly would become one of the best receivers in yardage and touchdowns in the state, and they've got Mason Raup, who's been all state at linebacker 2 years in a row, and now he's there. And I even think his younger brother's playing right now as a 9th grader. And
we will tell you that we just got word that Selinsgrove is now starting their game, and we just saw some lightning that may delay this one. Nope, the officials say keep it going. It's far enough away. By the way, that game available on Eagle 107 and on the SBC Sports Live YouTube channel. Kickoff is flagged for Central Columbia jumping early, and that will start it from the 35-yard line now.
Well, Central Columbia, Kevin, has been making a lot of mistakes. They probably are over 20 yards in penalties right now. Maybe closer to 30.
I think that's their third now. They had a holding penalty earlier.
That was
a big one.
They had a motion.
Yeah.
And there's another nice shot of lightning to our north.
That's like further past Northumberland, over Blue Hill, past our studios. I think we're good.
I think that's probably up around Warrior Run right now. So, where's Catrillo at tonight? Is he at Milton or is he at Warrior Run?
He's at Milton.
Hopefully
he might
inside.
be in a delay.
Hopefully he's inside. All right.
Unfortunately, my meteorological skills were not good enough to get working at AccuWeather. So, I mean, we'll just say that it looks to me like that storm is to our north and east at this point.
Northwest, but it's headed east.
I told you I'm geographically challenged when it comes without a compass.
But you do a great job when you're telling where guys are shooting those threes from in the basketball season.
Well, that's different. Here comes Blake McGuire, and that's going to be 5 yards further back.
You know what you need to be good at directions, Kevin? You need to be inside where you can't see outside. Then you're
well, all right.
Your spidey sense takes over.
But this stadium is not set up north-south, is it?
Yeah, it is.
Is it?
Yeah. Which way does the river flow?
I don't know. I'm nowhere near it.
It flows south. Right over there is the river where it flows right down through there.
Yeah, but this isn't.
The sun sets in the west.
Yeah, I suppose.
This is
right.
the east.
All right.
Okay, north and south.
And out that way a little further is the Far East?
Who was your geography teacher at Central Columbia?
I don't remember.
That's probably a good thing because poor guy's probably thinking that he doesn't want to take credit for having you in class.
If you want my Russian history, now you're talking about something.
All right.
My Russian history is right on.
Russian history. And that's gotten you far here in your life, hasn't it? Wow, look at this.
Yeah. That's moved back all the way to the 15-yard line.
I have no
idea. It was
idea.
a procedure penalty.
But then somebody probably said something.
Oh, I didn't see. Yeah, there is unsportsmanlike would be the following one. So this is going to be worse than a free kick. I've never seen a kick from the 15-yard line ever.
No. Now all they have to do is jump off sides 3 more times and we'll be at the goal line.
So the Braves should have outstanding field position for this one and the kick coming from Blake. And that one will go.
Good kick.
And it will go to Martin at the 35-yard line to the 40, 45, 50. No, and he's got Bohm at the 45, down to the 35 and 30, and inside the 30-yard line. I thought for a minute he was going to get stood up, and he ran right by him.
Talladega Nights, shake and bake, baby, shake and bake, coming down the field. All right?
Speed thrills. Wow.
You know, it's amazing when your hips go one way and you go the other way, and that really was what Martin did there. Excellent return.
43 yards on the return, and that time the hips did lie.
They tell you when you're going to make a tackle, open field tackle, don't look at the shoulders, look at the hips. They'll tell you where we're going. Not the case this time
Not
with
that
Martin.
time.
Nope.
So the Braves now with outstanding field position at the Central Columbia 28-yard line, down 7-0 with 2:42 to go here in the first. Raybuck under center with a back split behind him. He will pitch the ball to the near side to Snyder. Snyder upended after a gain of a couple there. A nice open field tackle by Dieterich.
The solid Central Columbia's run defense is solid, Kevin. Braves have not been able to get more than 2 yards on a running play. And that was a quick pitch to the left, which should get you outside, but the corner came up and turned Luke Snyder in, and there was a linebacker waiting on him.
Clock continuing to run with 2:12 to go. And the first quarter. Raybuck now looking. He will play fake. Has loads of time. Sets up. Finds his slant receiver and completes it out to Luke Snyder. Close to the first down marker. It'll be a gain of 6. Almost the first down inside the 20-yard line to the 19.
Luke Snyder ran an out about 10 yards down the field. Excellent pattern. When he did the out, he left the back standing there.
Nobody was
there. And
there.
the ball was delivered exactly where it should have been, outside towards the sidelines, and Luke pulled it in. About a yard, Kevin, don't you think? 3rd and 1?
Yep, 3rd and 1. They're going to actually spot it at the 19. Needed to get to the 19.5-yard line for the first down. So it's 3rd down. Shotgun formation now. Raybuck will take the direct snap. Will he run it himself? He does. Did he get to the 20?
Yes.
Leaned ahead and got the first down. It depends on the spot. It looks like he might have gotten a left foot spot from the far official.
think he
it's fourth down.
Yeah.
I listen, I don't think there's any way this offensive line is going to be denied a first down on this one. They're going to go wishbone now, quickly to the line. Raybuck on 4th down and 1. Sneak left side and pushes right ahead and still pushes the pile down to the 15-yard line. A 5-yard quarterback sneak, and the offensive line was not denied.
Why didn't we do that on 3rd down? I guess they just want drama, all right?
Well,
that's all.
I'll take a 4th down conversion.
Yes, that was nice. 1st and 10, folks.
Braves with a couple of first downs now.
What about the 13-yard line, Kevin?
They are at the 13. Actually, yes. 14-yard line.
14, okay.
It'll be first down and 10 at the 14. Got to get to the 4. Raybuck now with a sidecar to the right. He's looking into the end zone. Comes up short, completes it, and finds, you're right, Jaden Packer. Packer to the 10-yard line and a short gain on the play. Gain of 4, but that's one of those quick hitters we were talking about that Coach Libby has put in now into this system.
Hey, he used to go down the field hitting 4 or 5-yard passes and score a touchdown.
Watched that for 4 years, didn't we?
Yeah, it was painful.
It's fun now. Raybuck now getting the call. He will go to Schaefer Knights up the middle. Schaefer Knights spins off a tackle and is drugged down by Schaud. And Schaud does a nice job of staying with Schaefer Knights for no gain.
That kid's a player, Kevin.
Yes, he is.
Schaud's been in on just about every play, offense and defense, especially on defense. And, Schaefer Knights is not a kind of kid you're going to knock over easily. All right.
Hey, good.
Go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. I just saw some good news. There's more bright sky
Lots
to our west.
Sky. Looks pretty nasty up there, though, Kevin.
It does, but that's the end of the first quarter of play. At the end of the first session, it is Central Columbia 7 and Shikellamy driving.
With all the great vehicles out there to drive, Lyle's not always going to be in a Bronco, but when he does want a Bronco, he knows to go to blazealexander.com. With over 20 locations across Pennsylvania and thousands of cars to choose from, blazealexander.com is your one place to shop for both sales and service. So let Lyle help you fetch your next vehicle, only at blazealexander.com.
Now that I'm buying my first home, the folks at Nori Bank have been incredibly helpful. Anytime I have questions, I've got Brenda. She's just a phone call away.
When it comes to my retirement planning, I've got Jared.
I'm ready to open a savings account for my grandson, and I've got Tim.
I've got Robin.
I've got Rose. For all of my banking needs, I've got Nori Bank.
The right people, the right solutions, the right bank. The Northumberland National Bank. Member FDIC and equal housing lender.
Shikellamy with a 3rd down and 8 at the 11-yard line. Raybuck now in the shotgun. Goes back to pass, looking in the end zone. Has some pressure. Rolls out to the near side of the 15, to the 10, to the 5, and he leads ahead to the 4. Takes a shot and delivers one as well. He might just be a half a yard short of a first down.
Yeah, he put his shoulder down and didn't slide, and that shoulder hit the shoulder of number 6 for Central Columbia. And that was
Nate Smith took a shot.
Yeah, he did.
So the Braves now, I believe, are going to go for this one. Are they going to take a timeout here? Nope, they're winding the clock. They're taking advantage of it. Coach Libby now will bring in the play himself. He will send the team back out. They need to get to the 4-yard line, the 3-yard line actually. Not even. It's about the 4.5. And again, it is Raybuck with a timeout. They are going to run short on time.
They just used too much time on the sidelines. They thought that there was going to be more time for that. Central player to tie his shoe.
Right, and the other thing was, too, you don't have the play clock right now. You got to go on the signal, the back judge.
Yeah.
And the back judge, I think, I don't want to put the blame here, but to me it looked like he started that clock a little bit earlier than the official did. Either way, he had his hand up when they were at the line of scrimmage, and this is a good use of a timeout. Both teams now down to 2 timeouts apiece.
You don't have a play that is this important so early in the season, but
Yes.
this is an important play, folks.
Yes.
You don't make it. You give Central Columbia the ball inside the 5-yard line.
You started with the ball
Guess what?
in Central Territory.
Lightning delay.
And we are in a lightning delay with 11:24 remaining here in this first quarter. And this is very reminiscent of where we were last week.
Yeah, except it was raining, remember?
Right,
it was pouring.
but last year, the visiting team, Central Mountain, was driving during the delay.
Yes, yep, you're right.
So with 11:24 to go, we are in a lightning delay. And the lightning appears to be all to the north as we look upriver, because the river's flowing south. I just learned that. Yeah. With the river flowing north, it is very dark, very dreary, and very rainy. However, to the west, it is looking a little bit brighter.
Red sky at night, sailor's delight.
Yeah, I've heard that too, and I've never met a sailor that gave me the proof of that.
Well, that meant most of the weather comes out of the west, so that if it's when you go to bed at night and you have a clear sky, it's a good idea that you're probably going to have clear weather in the morning.
And then red in the morning, sailor warning.
Yes, because everything behind it.
So we are in a lightning delay here at Shikellamy. The wind has kicked up, and there is a storm cell that has moved off to our north and hitting basically the Danville area right now. Now, we had a lightning delay earlier in Bellefonte. They are underway. Bellefonte leading, Selinsgrove leading Bellefonte. I'm assuming that's 3-0 on WKOK.com and the scoreboard. North Schuylkill leading Mount Carmel by a score of 7, and I think that's also 7-0 in the first quarter. Danville leading Bloomsburg first quarter was the last check there, 21-0. So again, we are in a lightning delay here at Shikellamy Stadium. So those of you watching on the WKOK Sports YouTube channel, you're welcome to stay with us during this lightning delay. I don't see any rain. Well, actually, they're some of the stands are clearing out. I'm not sure if they're clearing everybody out because of the lightning or not.
I don't know.
I did not hear an announcement for sure.
No.
But
it seems the away side's moving out. Home side is staying here. Unless, hey, Kevin, I got a little filler material if you want.
Well, good, because you know what happens when the Phillies have a rain delay? They've got Murph to fill in for you. We don't have Murph.
I got a couple good things. First of all, thank goodness for the internet and the web, because we have a lot of people listening around the United States, around the world. And
absolutely.
Dave Bish, a good friend and former coach here, listening from North Carolina, always gives us a heads up when he's down there. So we want to give a shout out to him. But I got some sad news for you, Kevin. Shikellamy lost probably one of its greatest boosters in this year. Bill Black passed away at the age of 91. And at one time, there was only one booster club. It was the Shikellamy Booster Club. There were no Wrestlite Wrestling. There was no Fast Breaker Basketball, no football. There was just one club. And Bill was very instrumental in that. And, Kevin, you probably remember Bill and Harry Daly. They're the ones that took the tickets at all the basketball games.
Yes, I was thinking about that, but I couldn't place it in my head. But yeah.
And he's great man. Yep. I mean, I spent so many hours talking to him through my whole high school career and teaching career that he was a great guy. There was only one living member of the original Shikellamy Booster Club, and you'll never guess who it is.
Well, if I'll never guess, then I can't guess.
You know him.
Dick Hort.
Jim Bell.
That actually was on my list, but there were a couple that were there ahead of him.
And he reminded me of that the other night. But, to go back to Bill.
Breathe.
Breathe, run. To go back to Bill, he was always supportive of all the sports. A good baseball player in his own rights, and it's sad that he's passed away. I know 2 years ago we got a note when he was turning 90 to send him a card, and we did. His wife, Barb, was a secretary in the school district for years too. So again, a shout out, great Shikellamy Brave supporter and man in general, Bill Black.
Well, again, we are under a weather delay. There is no rain. It is, I guess I should say, a lightning delay. There's a little bit of wind right now, and they are in the process now. The visiting stands have been cleared. Now the home stands are actually being cleared. I can update you, though, the Phillies, bottom of the first inning, leading the Pirates now 4-0 in Bryce Harper's return for the Philadelphia Phillies. He had a heck of a time there in the Lehigh Valley there for a couple of days there, watching a lot of that. And, of course, we'll be back with more Phillies baseball on Eagle 107 coming up this weekend on Eagle 107 again. And, again, 4-0 now, top of the second.
Did Harper do anything?
In Philadelphia. I don't believe so, but I haven't.
Coach Purnell's interested in that, all right?
No, he's making me nervous.
That's why we get along so well, that we're Phillies fans, all right? We've suffered all these years, all right?
Well, it's been a long time.
You too, right? You're a Phillies
fan.
You bet.
It's been a long time since I've cared about baseball in late August. I can tell you that right now.
Yeah.
Harper batted fourth in his first game back. I don't have the box score at this moment right now, but we'll get to that. But again, 11:24 to go here in the second quarter, and Shikellamy now in a weather delay with Central Columbia. The Braves are driving at this moment, and Harper did have a hit and 2 RBIs in his first at bat. So we'll try and find more information on that for you here in just a moment. Harper did have a hit and 2 RBIs.
He did that. You hear that,
what
Coach?
hit I don't know yet.
Harper has 2 RBIs and he had a hit. So they cheered him because they got some runs for him. So
yeah, 2-run single.
2-run single. We'll take it.
A 2-run single for Bryce Harper.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mark Crispin, for updating me on that. It's tough to follow baseball, football, high school, and the weather all at the same time. It's not easy.
Thank God the Summer Olympics aren't going on too, Kevin.
Hey, you know what, though? That's what makes it. That's what's great about the people that listen to us and watch on YouTube. I love the fact that we have active fan bases here with Shikellamy, and they're always keeping us on task and making sure we know what's going on. And when we mess up, they update us and then tell us to make sure we don't do it again. So always appreciate that, and that's what's great about all of our fans here.
Well, it's 11:24 here in the second quarter. We're in this lightning delay. Is it a half an hour or 20 minutes?
I think it's a half an hour, but I'm not 100% sure. Now they have cleared the stands for the Lightning, and again, we're looking at pretty nice skies. Unfortunately, we've had to dismantle a few cameras right now, so the only thing you're watching on the WKOK Sports YouTube channel is the very nice Shikellamy scoreboard, and it is a nice scoreboard. And I think, Bill Ziegler has now brought out the Thunder Rolls by Garth Brooks.
Well, I got a. Do we have a Berwick Southern score?
We don't as of right now. Again, that could be because there's a delay there, too, because, again, out that way there was some weather that it was going in. And again, that might be delaying the Danville game as well. But at this point, Berwick and Southern, we do not have an update on that one. We do have an update, though. Selinsgrove and Bellefonte in the first quarter. Selinsgrove leads Bellefonte by a score of 10-0, and we just did find out that Berwick is leading Southern Columbia 7-0 now.
So Berwick 7, Southern Columbia 0, I would assume in the first quarter.
Yes, I would assume it would be the first quarter as well. So, okay, you said red at night, Sailor's Delight. What about orange at night?
It's the same thing.
Is it?
Yeah. That's what they mean by red.
Okay.
So.
All right. Well, I can tell you what, that right now the Shikellamy Marching Braves concession stand and the junior class stand doing very well right now. It's a good night for the concession stands. It's not raining right now. They've had to clear the stands because obviously the metal stands and lightning, probably a bad idea. Speaking of the stadium, Chief, and I'm going to put you on the spot.
Yeah, we were going to talk about this.
This is a great opportunity to talk about what is going on here at Shikellamy and what you folks are trying to do with the stadium project.
Well, the school district has decided to go ahead and put new turf, put the turf field down, and a new all-weather track, and they've decided to also new bathrooms at the front of the stadium, along with ticket booths, and they're also talking about a new concession stand for the band. From what I understand, they have capital reserve money that they can use, but they're also going to need to have a time to raise some money to help pay for the difference in the two. But it's been a long time coming as far as putting turf on this field, because a lot of schools around here, most of the schools around here do have turf now, with Milton and Warrior Run joining the turf fields. And of course, when you do that, then every one of your sports can play on that field, and that takes away, having to keep a couple different fields. So that's they're the plans right now. They've got probably have some architects and engineers looking into what to do and how the cost is. So.
Well, one thing I will tell you that we did get an update while you were chatting there, and I'll get back to what you were talking about here in a minute. At the half, Berwick now leading Southern 14-0. That would be a big upset. I mean, I know these are two storied programs, and I know Southern is in what they consider a rebuilding year. Most people would consider that a good year,
yeah.
But I know they're in a rebuilding year, but we'll keep you up to date on that one.
Their new head coach is Mike Bennett.
Yes.
Who was an outstanding, I believe, receiver for Berwick when George Curry was there. So, it surprises me somewhat, but Southern has the ability to score, but they have two running backs that are very, very good, but they also, Barnes and Wisłowski, I think it is, and they also many times are hurt throughout the year. So, again, it's a long season.
Well, while we're into Chief Chat, which is becoming now a yearly thing here in week one, where we have a lightning delay with 11:24 to go here in the first quarter, and we have a chance to do the Chief Chat. You were talking about the stadium project and going to turf, and a lot of teams have done that. A lot of schools have done that. But the majority of your money that you're using for this is money that has to be used for improvements like this. And this is what the money is allotted for,
I believe so.
And need to be for.
I believe so.
Which is great, because you can. This is only money can be used for this type of project, the way I understand it.
And the school board has made the statement that they do not want the citizens or the residents of the school district held responsible for paying for this. So
sure,
it's something that I'm a member of the Braves Foundation. We're a separate entity from the school district, but we work to raise money to help the school district out. And I'm sure that we are going to be asked to get involved with this.
I hope so. I mean, it's only going to be a good thing.
Well, and asked to raise the difference, help to raise the difference. And that means you have to have a plan, and Milton had a plan. Central Columbia had a plan. A lot of schools did, and it means you have to go out and you got to talk to people, talk to businesses, talk to alumni, and see if they can help contribute.
Harry Mathias did an outstanding job of getting all that paid for, and the majority of it was done by outside funds at Central Columbia. Now, also Milton now with a new surface. Warrior Run has a new surface. Danville a few years ago put in their turf surface. It does open the stadium up to use for other sports, soccer, field hockey. You mentioned all of that. You can have lacrosse here in the fall, in the springtime as well. Danville uses it as well. I think their youth programs are actually using that field as well. Shamokin has done it for years. You have the potential with this stadium size alone, and the press box and everything, you can get postseason games as well. Danville got postseason games last year where they were playing 2 and I think one time 3 games a day because of the lack of opportunities in this area for fields. So there's money to be made there, and money for these booster clubs too.
And also the location of Danville helped, and Shikellamy right in the middle of the world too.
Right.
Kevin, and it was also made known that it would not just be the school district stadium, it would be the community stadium, so that it could be opened so people could come in and use the track to walk on And that's something that I think was very important. You get that use out of it. The Braves Foundation, we meet probably once a month, and we're going to end up probably having to discuss this. But do you remember Norm Jones that used to be on?
Yes.
Well, Norm Jones was one that helped the Milton area, I believe, and he came down and talked to us about it. I'd like to say I know a lot about it. I just know probably a lot of the things that the people have read in the paper or they heard on the radio. But I just have a feeling that some of us are going to be out pounding the cement and campaigning and helping out to try to get some money to make this thing go. Kevin, this thing could have been taken care of, 15 years ago when they redid the stadium.
When they put the track in, yeah.
And they just didn't put the artificial surface in at that time. But it's the way to go.
For those of you just joining us on News Radio 1070 WKOK and on WKOK Sports YouTube channel, we are in a lightning delay here at Shikellamy Stadium. The skies are orange right now. No rain has fallen. And with 11:24 in the second quarter, Central Columbia leading it 7-0. The Braves will have a 4th down and 1 at the 4-yard line on the way in if we can get this thing restarted. And I would imagine we're probably maybe 10 minutes away from doing that, depending on when the last visible lightning strike
Well, there's
in the
been
area
some
was.
flashes to the north of us, but there haven't been any bolts. So, it's like everybody says, it's just heat lightning. Well, yeah, it's heat lightning, but it's a bolt someplace.
You know what? I read years ago, this was something my mother said for years, heat lightning. And heat lightning is just a lightning bolt that hit far away, and it's so dark and the light carries.
Heat lightning.
I did not know that.
Well, as kids, that. Well, I think they told us that as kids so we wouldn't be afraid.
Maybe. And, I always wondered, another one was, if the storms come from North Mountain. Now, I grew up in northern Columbia County, of course, so everybody up that way knows North Mountain. That's your...
well, my cabin's on the north side of North Mountain.
Yeah, that's your Unityville and
Millville.
Millville.
Benton.
Well, actually, further north than Benton, we're talking Red Rock and Lake Jean. If it came off North Mountain, it was worse. Well, and then, of course, we got radar on cable. And because we didn't have cable growing up, all of a sudden we had cable. And we were watching. I'm like, well, Mom, that doesn't work because there's storms coming from all over and they're all bad.
Yeah. Must be a North Mountain storm.
If it came from North Mountain, it was always bad. Well, I mean, she wasn't wrong. They were bad, but.
We're going to hop around again. You said Turber's going to be 64. You know why he's going to be 64, don't you? He's going in to play offense.
Yes.
All right. That's he's going to play in the offensive line.
And it looks like Harper just not only hit that 2-run single, and now the Phillies lead it by a score of 5-0, and that's now in the bottom of the second. So they're adding on to a Pirates team that is really struggling, and Tim Four, who's really struggling as a Pirates fan, Shikellamy athletic director.
Well, Jim Bell's a Pirates fan. A lot of Western PA people that came to Shikellamy. Back in the 70s.
I'll share this story with you. My aunt lives in Pittsburgh, has lived there for years, which is why I was a Steeler fan. I mean, it was easy being a Steeler fan in the late 70s, but I got all my cousins hand-me-downs, so I became a Steeler fan, and I was a Pirates fan at that point, too. Well, Mike Schmidt came along, and I became a Phillies fan because I played third base in Little League. Not nearly as well as he did, but that's a whole other story. One thing I asked her when they put in PNC Park, I said, why would you put in like a 35,000-seat stadium? She goes, you haven't been to a Pirates game lately. At least we'd have a sellout.
Not even then, all right. My favorite PNC Stadium story is Debbie and I spent the weekend in Pittsburgh. Nice place to visit, especially the downtown.
Absolutely.
around the rivers. And I said, hey, the Pirates are in town tonight. You want to go see a game? She says, only if we can get good seats. And I said, I think we'll be all right.
Be a problem.
So we crossed the Clemente Bridge.
Called the front office.
Walked
Bingo.
across. I went down, and I said to the guy, "How close can you get me?" He says, "How close you want to be?" And he said, "I can put you right behind home plate, second or third row." I said, "That sounds good." He says, "Do you have your?" I forget what their what their supermarket is out there, but they've got a club card like Wise and Giant. And,
Giant Eagle.
Giant, do you have your Giant Eagle card? And I said, no, I don't have a Giant Eagle. Well, we'll
You can use mine.
Boom. And he says, that'll be $26. I said, a piece? He said, no, for both of them. And we had a great time.
Well, and was it a promotion night at least?
No, it was a
wow.
regular scheduled game. They played the Rockies.
Our good friend Hal Raker updating us too on a couple of games going on. Mount Carmel up on North Schuylkill 13-10. That game now at the half. And Danville leading Bloomsburg now 37-0. I'm going to guess that game is now in the second quarter at this point, although I don't have an update on that one. Williamsport leading State College 28-0. We'll try and get you an update on whether that's a halftime game or not. Mentioned Berwick leading Southern Columbia 14-0. That game is at the half. Coming up tomorrow afternoon, Shenandoah Valley taking on Columbia Montour Votech. Shamokin is at Lewisburg. You can catch that game on 100.9 The Valley and WVOY.com and on the Sunbury Broadcasting Corporation app. That will begin at 7 o'clock. 7:30 is our airtime there.
Shenandoah.
Indeed. So that updates you on the situation around the area. And Selinsgrove Bellefonte now in the second quarter with Selinsgrove leading at 10-0 after their lightning delay. 11:24 to go here at Shikellamy Stadium in the second quarter. And Shikellamy leading it by a score of, Central Columbia leading it by a score of 7-0. But the Braves, after multiple penalties for illegal procedure on the ensuing kickoff after the touchdown, and then a 15-yard penalty for what we assume was unsportsmanlike conduct, although I never saw it signaled, marched it all the way back to the 15-yard line. And the Braves got a really, really nice return from Rashawn Martin that put it into Central Columbia territory. The Braves have driven it down now to the 4-yard line. And when we resume, we'll have a 4th down and 1 at the 4-yard line. Again, the stands have been cleared here at Shikellamy Stadium, so we have had to clear out of the stands as well. That's why if you're watching on WKOK Sports YouTube channel, you're seeing the Shikellamy scoreboard right now because that's the safest way to do it. That's the safest way to do it.
Hey, Kev.
Yes, sir. Chat with the Chief continues on WKOK.
My 5-year-old grandson, Leo, has become quite the Pittsburgh Penguins fan because he went to Hershey and saw the Bears play, but his dad's from Pittsburgh area. And he's also a Steelers fan, and he's a Tom Brady fan. And on October 16th, Courtney, Fred, and the boys will be in Pittsburgh to see Pittsburgh versus Tampa Bay.
Oh.
And to get to see Tom Brady, if he doesn't take a vacation in between.
If he doesn't take a vacation.
So that's pretty neat. I'm hoping that I'm physically able to enjoy my 2 younger grandsons as they get older. It was a lot nicer being 20 in the 70s instead of 70 in the 20s, Kevin.
Well, we can give you updates as well from Bellefonte because we're actually watching it right now on SBC Sports Live YouTube channel. And Bellefonte now with the football. The Red Raiders with 9:36 to go in the half, leading the it's Selinsgrove
10-0,
leading the Red Raiders 10-0 with Bellefonte now having the ball at their own 17-yard line. So that game now resuming. And if you want to join us and listening on the radio or keep one of the tabs open on the WKOK Sports YouTube channel, you can open up another tab and go to the SBC Sports Live YouTube channel and watch Selinsgrove and Bellefonte here with 9:07 to go in the second quarter. And it looks like there's been a timeout there. And the Selinsgrove defense all in white.
Yeah,
now,
I've never seen
Coach Hicks.
I've never seen Selinsgrove all in white before.
So Coach Hicks and the Selinsgrove defense now at the timeout.
They look a little bit like Penn State when they wear all white.
Well, was it Joe Paterno that always said we look faster in white?
I always thought you looked bigger in white too.
Maybe.
Black is slimming and trimming.
Not for me.
Just don't wear stripes straight up and down, not horizontal. All right. Oh, Kevin, I don't know. I guess I have more respect for these guys that get stuck and they gotta, at least if we were on NBC out of Philadelphia, they could show highlights of Phillies clubhouse or.
Well, that's what I was just going to say. We don't have Greg Murphy to fall back on in rain delays, so Scott Fransky can kick back for a few minutes, By the way, a great episode of, speaking of Murph and Scott Fransky and L.A. join Greg Murphy this week on Eagle 107 and on this week's episode of Glove Stories with Murph. You should check that out if you haven't. Wherever you get your podcast, you can also find it at glovestories.com. Outstanding conversation. They talk about a situation that if you've been in this industry long enough, it happens to you at some point or another, and it's Larry Anderson belching on the air. So if you haven't heard that story yet, this is a good one. Scott Fransky talks about it with Larry Anderson and Greg Murphy. That's on Glove Stories with Murph, the podcast. You can also catch it before Phillies baseball Sunday on Eagle 107, coming up about 12:15.
Did you hear the Cruxter story out in San Diego?
Oh yeah, he has been on fire this year.
Well, when he was sliding into home, and Mike Scioscia was the catcher for the Dodgers, and when he slid, he hit him, and when he went over to the dugout, he noticed that he was bleeding, and when they put his pants up, he had this big hole in his knee. So they took him to the emergency room. When he was in the emergency, when he got out, he came back. The Padres had left.
Yes, They left him.
They left him there, and he said, "What do I?" He called and he said, "We'll take a cab." I guess they were going back to San Diego.
They were going from L.A. to San Diego
to take a cab.
Yep.
And he said, I ended up staying at my buddy's house, but he says, they even took my clothes. He said I was in my baseball uniform.
Yeah.
He says, obviously, the next spring I got traded.
That was a great story, but and that's another one you'll find too if you go to glovestories.com or subscribe to the podcast wherever you get your podcasts. You can listen to one with Kruk as well, and as always, he is absolutely hilarious. A great addition to the Phillies broadcast team, both when he hops over to radio as well on Broadcasters Roundtable. And speaking of podcasts, you can also catch our games throughout the season on the WKOK Sports podcast. You'll hear a podcast version of this game as well as every other high school football game with Shikellamy, and we'll do it in the Shikellamy basketball and wrestling seasons as well. Find it wherever you get your podcast and click subscribe. 7:30 to go right now in the first half of play, and Belfont has now punted the ball away, and Selinsgrove will take the ball at their own 39-yard line. Jeremy, Herbstreit Stadium, I think that's the name of the stadium
turf
there. They have turf, but they have only stands on one side of the field. They do not have stands on the visiting side. Part of the reason I was told is there's a water main that they'd have to dig up to be able to do that, so they didn't do it, and that's why they have actually it's Rogers Stadium. I'm going to correct that. Rogers Stadium is the name of it, but they would actually have to dig that up. They would have had to have dug it up to be able to put stands down there. So,
well, that play didn't go very well.
Yeah, Selinsgrove handled the ball off, and there were a lot of red shirts in the backfield that time, and that one falls for about a 4-yard loss. We could do play-by-play in this game if we actually, but we don't have the rosters and numbers matched up. So,
can you imagine people going to the podcast tomorrow and want to listen to the game, and they get to this point, and they got to listen to 35 minutes of Chief and Kevin?
It might be. This might not make the podcast because of length of time available. That one may not make the podcast. This portion,
or maybe it'll be a podcast in itself.
Could be. Good friend Ryan Unger listening tonight. We appreciate that. I know he was watching on the YouTube channel for a while. He had a great suggestion that we need to set up for what has now become a first week ritual now. Chat with Chief during the lightning delay. We should set up an email or work the On the Mark studio and tie that in, and then you could call in and ask Chief questions.
Hey, speaking of Ryan, Ryan and I did Lewisburg. We did Milton and then Lewisburg.
Yes, you did.
And I don't know if you remember the night we went to Central Columbia, Lewisburg, Central Columbia, and they had us outside. And we got the torrential downpour, and Ryan and I got completely soaked, along with about $50,000 of equipment. All right.
Yes, I remember it well.
And what did Central Columbia say? Sorry
about that.
That was a lot of fun with Ryan. I mean, Ryan and I got to do 2 games from Hershey Stadium when Lewisburg went to they won the quarterfinals and then they lost in the semifinals.
He reminds me of that all the time, that he got to do a state playoff game.
Two.
A state semifinal game. Actually.
We got to do the Double-A District 4 championship then was also the first round of states back then, and anyway, of course, Lewisburg had that great team, and they eventually lost to Philadelphia Catholic by I think 10 points, and then Philadelphia Catholic shut out the team from the West like 48-0 for the state championship. So again, Lewisburg had the best public school in Pennsylvania.
Well, we'll update you on the Phillies game right now. Phillies in the top of the third now, leading the Pirates by a score of 6-0 at last check. As we look at WKOK.com and the high school football scoreboard, in the second quarter, Selinsgrove leading Bellefonte 10-0. It is Mount Carmel 13, North Schuylkill nothing at the half. No score between South Williamsport and Milton in the first quarter. Muncie 7, Warrior Run nothing in the first quarter. Halftime where Hughesville leads Montgomery 7-0. Danville still leading Bloomsburg 37-0. Jersey Shore pounding Pottsville 27-0. That game now in the second quarter at Thompson Street Stadium. Midwest Mifflinburg scoreless in the first. Williamsport leading State College 28-0. And at the half, Berwick leading Southern Columbia by a score of 14-0. So that runs down the scoreboard as we have it. And I just saw another flash of lightning to my right, which I hope is far enough north that it doesn't count.
I hope so too, Kevin.
Because I think Bill Ziegler's running out of thunder, rain, and lightning songs. I hear Thunder Road now.
Well,
earlier it was Garth Brooks and the Thunder Rolls.
He did a little AC/DC there for a while.
Oh, I missed that one. I didn't see that. We're starting to see the sun set here to the west, and lights have taken full effect, and a very picturesque post-sunset now with a crimson color in the sky. That's the first time I've ever done play-by-play for a cloud.
Well, we need to get maybe Joe Zone to tell us what kind of clouds they are.
Joe Zone? Wow, are you flashing back?
Well, he used to do that.
Jim Coles, I thought maybe would be, but Joe Zone.
I'm in Connecticut, all right, at my niece's wedding,
Lordy.
all right, and I'm watching the local news in Connecticut.
Okay.
And guess who the sports information director and reporter was?
I don't know.
Joe Zone.
Joe Zone.
That's where he was.
That was a few years ago.
Yeah.
That was a few years ago. Selinsgrove now driving with 5:50 to go in the first half at the 23-yard line now. And they'll fire one down the middle, and that pass is going to be pass interference against Bellefonte at about the 9-yard line.
Kevin, see what Billy's playing now?
That would be from Days of Thunder.
No. Nope.
Oh,
it's from
Top Gun.
Top Gun.
Oh, okay. The opening from Top Gun. There's one. He could do the music from Days of Thunder.
That's true. Well, he should have.
Yes, this would be the opening, and it's an opening scene in the new movie too. They
same thing. Yeah. Same music on the aircraft carrier. Yeah. So, great movie if you haven't seen it, folks. But make sure you go to a theater to watch it.
Yeah, I don't know if it would have. I mean, there's some home theaters that are pretty impressive, though.
Not at the Ritchie House.
We need to work on that.
No, we don't.
need to work on that.
Then you'll be at my house all the time.
You never invite me. I'm starting to find out a reason.
Every time I invite you, you always have some other place to go. Just like, hey, Dave, let's get together and golf this summer. Hey, Dave, let's get together. Yeah. Hey, Dave, let's go fishing, all right? We didn't, all right?
Hey, not my fault. I went fishing. You couldn't go that
I went fishing a lot of times.
And you missed listen, we're going to do this. We're going to go out. We're going to fish off the coast of Jersey. We went out 20 miles off the coast of New Jersey.
Can't do it. I'll get sick.
Can you? Well, I'll give you C-bands or something. We'll figure out a way. We caught so much mackerel in an hour and a half. We caught 21 mackerel. I mean, they were
probably jumping in the boat.
It was. I've never seen anything like it.
I saw. You showed me the pictures.
Did I show you the pictures?
Yeah, I saw them.
All
Yeah.
right.
Are you kidding?
That's a lot of mackerel.
As soon as you had them in the ice cooler, I saw the picture of them. All right.
That's a lot of mackerel. I'll tell you what.
Holy mackerel.
Holy mackerel. Actually, that's what Danny, my son, said. He said, I now understand what holy mackerel came from, because literally you put it in, you'd get a mackerel. Throw it back in, get a mackerel. And they weren't small ones either.
All I think about with mackerel is they salt them so much and dry them in the sun, and it tastes like you're eating rubber. Have you had any yet?
I haven't yet. I froze it. I did bring it back and froze it. So.
Did you fillet it?
They filleted it for me on the boat, which was good because
You didn't cut any fingers off. Though,
no,
right?
well, like I said, we had about 23 fish in total. So, and Selinsgrove now will be inside the 10-yard line after the running play to the 9, trying to come up there and finish this drive off with points.
Do we get overtime for this stuff?
No. But Chat with Chief has become an integral part of the WKOK sports broadcast.
Yeah.
You know what? We haven't taken 10 seconds for station identification.
Or why don't we run a couple commercials?
Well, 'cause we can't.
Yeah, I know. I got you.
But we can take a station identification. This is Chat with the Chief on WKOK.
Listening audience should know. Maybe Jim Ross listening to us right now. Who knows? Yeah, sure.
Wouldn't you be coaching the game?
Sure.
Listen, he has listened before.
Because we described the place so well, he doesn't have to scout us. All right.
He listens on, especially when we played Saturday games.
In basketball, Joe Clebon used to tell us he didn't scout the basketball team because he knew what we were doing from what we were telling him.
Yeah, Joe said that a lot.
That's why we started telling false stuff on the radio.
Didn't seem to matter though. He seemed to know the difference.
Somebody should. I don't know if Southern's ever been shut out at halftime.
Yeah, that's a great question.
Probably 1972 or 3, something like that.
Well, we thank those of you that have stuck with us here on the WKOK Sports Live YouTube channel and on News Radio 1070 WKOK as we are continuing in our lightning delay. The good news is we have been cleared to at least bring some cameras out, so you're not stuck at looking at just the the Shikellamy scoreboard at the moment. So that's good news.
Keva, did the Seals score?
I was just about to say the Selinsgrove Seals kick a field goal now, and with 5 minutes to go here in the half, lead Bellefonte by a score of 13-0. So they'll be kicking the ball away to the homestanding Red Raiders.
Selinsgrove has a very, very experienced offensive line.
That they do.
Yeah, and that's going to help them a lot. Plus their quarterback is back, and it's again, I don't think there's anybody in this immediate area that I would label as a pushover. All right.
You look at the teams right now in this area, and I think this might be one. I'll be honest with you, Jersey Shore definitely stands out. I mean, they have a lot of talent. They're big-sized, and they've been good for a couple of years. Then, you've got one or two teams up at the upper echelon, and then you've got a lot of teams that are right on that bubble that on a good night, if everything goes your way, can dump somebody off in a playoff game. So I think this is an interesting year in District 4, especially at this level, the 4A.
Especially in 2A with Mount Carmel being so good this year.
No question about that.
I mean, they're looking to take it away from Southern.
Absolutely.
Right? So
absolutely.
And Southern has done a lot to improve their schedule. I mean, to play tougher teams, and they went up and they scrimmaged Valley View, and they did very well against Valley View, and that's a quality program up in the Blakely area.
Yep. As we try and grab another update from baseball, Phillies and the Pirates. That game you can hear the conclusion of on Eagle 107. Bottom of the third now. It is 6-0. Phillies on top of the Pittsburgh Pirates.
You know, when's the last time the Phillies had 70 wins after 120-some games? All right, that's pretty good.
I go back to the same the comment we made earlier. When was the last time anybody that you could get excited about Phillies baseball in late August and in September? It's been a while.
That's true.
It's been a while.
And you know what? It's just amazing that they did it without Harper. I mean, Harper left in June, all right? And they got these young kids in. And you know, the other thing I like, they're playing what they call old-fashioned National League baseball, where you hit singles and you run, you have hit and runs and you steal, and you're not swinging for the fence all the time, unless you're Schwarber or Hoskins. But even Hoskins, you know, is always looking to put the ball someplace where he can get a hit.
You know what amazes me, though, is when you look at this team and you thought, okay, I'm not sure what their depth is going to be. I know they're gonna be a good offensive team, and then they started off so flat, and they were getting no run support. Now all of a sudden, the pitching's starting to come around, the hitting is coming around. The young players that are filling in are coming around.
Now you sound like the coach from Major League.
Well, you had it does, yeah, doesn't it? You know, Segura was out for that time, and they filled in with guys there. You know, and here's the thing that always stands out: Derek Hall, who I think I was questioning, was ready to make the move to the majors, made that move very well. And they didn't have a place for him.
Right, and they don't now.
That's what I mean.
Yeah.
And they don't have a spot for him. You know, there are teams that would kill for that kind of a problem right now.
Got two friends, Arlen Snyder and Dave Zawire, that went out down to see the Fightin' Phils in Reading the first night that Harper was in Allentown in the Iron Pigs, and they couldn't figure out why there was nobody in the stadium at Reading. That's because everybody was over in Allentown to see Harper play.
That's exactly right.
You know,
everybody made the trip a little further to the east.
And that was the night they had the option where you could, you get the buffet to watch the game too. All right, you ever do that?
There's a buffet.
Oh, yeah,
really?
Yeah, I forget what the price of the tickets are, but it's pretty amazing.
I may have to check that out.
We should.
I like buffets.
I like to watch minor league baseball.
I'm a big buffet fan too, so that might be a good combination.
What's going on, man? We're cracking like crazy.
That's just your head. That's just in your head.
Well, we see people coming back into the stadium.
Yeah, the good news is it looks like we're cleared to bring people in, and I think the beach theme has spread over to the Central Columbia student section side. I know that was the theme for the Shikellamy student section, and we do see people starting to make their way into the stadium here. When we resume, there'll be 11:24 to go here in the second quarter. This could be a game that runs into the 11 o'clock hour.
I feel like we're doing the Thanksgiving Day Macy's parade on radio. Coming through the stadium, and it looks like the student section has taken on the beach theme. So,
well, there's no. It's too windy for the balloons. It's too windy for the balloons, so we don't have any of those. So we're not going to be able to go with the balloon section, but we definitely have some people coming back into the stadium for the first time in what has been almost 45 minutes now since the first stoppage of play, which has Shikellamy with the ball at about the 4-yard line.
And the teams are going to have to warm up.
Yep, you're going to need about a 5-minute warm-up period after that. I can tell you with 3 minutes to go in what is the second longest half of high school football, Selinsgrove has the ball now at midfield, driving at a 13-0 lead over the Red Raiders of Bellefonte.
The only thing that we have going on Pat being up there at Bellefonte is they have to drive home after that, and we have a much shorter trip.
Well, they get even next week. They're at home next week while we are on the road at Mifflin County. That's the first time we've been out that Shikellamy been out that way since before it was before the split or before the merger with Lewistown and Indian Valley, and they were still playing at the stadium in town.
Yeah. Well, we went out and did basketball quite a bit.
Oh yeah.
So
at the Cathedral on the Hill.
looks like you're going
the Coliseum on
looks
the
like
hill.
you're going to Tara down from going with the wind. Those columns out in front of the place. So,
You know, one thing is were you ever playing during one of these stoppages? Did you ever have a lightning delay?
no, because we didn't have climate change back then.
We didn't have lightning back then.
By September, we were actually getting frost. All right, it was cold.
All right.
If we got a heat wave, it was unusual. Kevin, I can remember when it used to be cold during games, and I don't remember in the last 15, 20
but you
years.
didn't start games until September, though. I don't think you ever played a game in August. Did you?
We always played the Friday after Labor Day.
Right. Okay, so now you cannot come back. So the stands that were coming up that were being filled cannot be filled.
It appears 8:38 will be the earliest.
So we're
8:38.
8:38 now will be the re-entry time.
That's 16 more minutes.
Yeah. So 8:38 is now our restart time, according to public address announcer Bill Ziegler. And he'll continue with the best of thunder and lightning songs here in the stadium. Well, we continue with Chat with Chief. Actually, you know what? We need a little bit of a breather ourselves, so we're going to take a timeout. We still have some time to kill before we get back to play. It'll be 11:24 remaining in the second quarter when we resume. This is Shikellamy Football on WKOK and the WKOK Sports YouTube channel.
Mark and Troy here from Zimmerman Motors. Make This a Summer event is going on now, and we're celebrating with special pricing for everyone.
We have our best new vehicle inventory of the year with more new arriving weekly, and they have been moving fast.
Make This a Summer event is all about the freedom to travel anywhere you want and the most versatile brands in the world.
We have the vehicle for any family adventure.
So come in and see why people have been coming from all over the region to Zimmerman's Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram, and Sunbury and experience what we call the Zimmerman difference. Call 570-988-JEEP or visit us online at ZimmermanJeep.com.
Platinum Central PA is open its 6th location in Hershey, Pennsylvania. Come see us in Carlisle, Mechanicsburg, Harrisburg, Lancaster, Selinsgrove, and now Hershey, PA. Take a test drive and be automatically registered to win a brand new 2022 Mitsubishi Mirage, or visit creditpa.com today and apply for credit. Come on, Central Pennsylvania, you already know. Platinum, baby. We get you done.
Still in the lightning delay. But the good news is, Chief, on the WKOK Sports YouTube channel, there is a different view, because now we can actually start to bring our cameras back outside. Even though you can't be in the stands right now, we were able to get some cameras on, and as you can see, there's nobody in the stands right now. There's people waiting to get in the stands, but they have not gotten back into that section of the field. 11:24 remaining here in the second quarter. Loads the second quarter to play yet. Chief, go ahead.
Phillies ahead only 6-2 right now. Looks like Reynolds, the center fielder for the Pirates, hit a 2-run homer in the top of the fourth inning. So, the Phillies got to get a couple more runs to keep that distance. I don't like getting into the 8th and 9th inning not being up by a lot.
You're not comfortable with without a big lead? Is that what you're saying?
I am, since they got what's his name back. They had him.
Sir Anthony?
No.
I was gonna say I didn't think he was back yet.
No, you know who I'm talking about. They had him and then he got hurt, and they just picked him up at the
Robertson.
Robertson, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, Robertson. He seems to be doing a pretty good job. I was surprised they left Nola. You know, when Nola gave up a single or a double, I thought, okay, they're going to pull him out in the 9th inning, but they left him pitch it out. So they got to let these guys get 9 innings once in a while, a 9-inning win.
Yeah, and that was one of my problems with Girardi. I mean, I still like Joe Girardi. I think that he was stuck on playing veterans a little bit too much sometimes. But I think the biggest thing for me was he was so focused on making sure to save everybody for September. That's fine, but you got to get there. And the Phillies hadn't been. To me, he managed it like he had the Yankees bullpen, and he didn't. So, I don't think he ever made that adjustment. That's just my 2 cents. 32 seconds remaining in Belfont, and it's now 16-0 Selinsgrove as the Seals kick another field goal here in this one. We're watching that on the SBC Sports Live YouTube channel. You can see all the Selinsgrove games on SBC Sports Live YouTube channel. And you can switch to the WKOK Sports Live YouTube channel when you want to watch Shikellamy football this fall. And hopefully that will happen here in about 10 minutes. Take a look across the area on the scoreboard here from WKOK.com. At last check in the third quarter, it was Mount Carmel 13, North Schuylkill 10. Hughesville leading Montgomery 7-0 at the half. Also at the half, Loyalsock 21, Berks Catholic 14. And those are some of the updates. We have Penns Valley, Line Mountain. They are in the first quarter scoreless. Wellsboro leading Montoursville 7-0 in the second. Chief, you saw Montoursville. What did you see with that team?
I thought they were pretty solid, Kevin. I think they were missing one of their better offensive players. I don't know exactly if it was their quarterback or their running back, but Montoursville's never down. They always seem to reload, and they always have some quality athletes. But the Northern Tiers team, Wellsboro, Canton, they've been coming up with some great squads lately too. Used to be that you never knew how Athens was going to be. But who knows? That's the bad part about District 4. There's people so far away from the center of the district that nobody plays them. Or when you do play them, you don't know how they're going to be.
Right.
But, hey, listen, Montoursville, like I said, I think they always have a pretty quality program.
Kevin Herr along with the Chief Dave Ritchie on the WKOK Sports Live YouTube channel and on News Radio 1070 WKOK. Lightning delay continuing. We are told they will allow people to enter the stands at 8:38, which is about 8 minutes from right now. Most of the people have hung out at the Shikellamy Marching Braves concession stand and the junior class stand and hover down into the end zone where it used to be I'll tell you what, there were nights here that was the only place you could find a spot to see was down along the fence in the end zone around the track.
It was a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away, Kevin.
You know what? I said this on the Steve Jones show this afternoon. Shikellamy was 1-9 last year, but I'll tell you what. Every home game, the home stands were packed.
Oh, yeah.
The community comes out to support these teams.
Yes, they do. I don't know how many people you can put in this stadium. I'm not sure, but it's a pretty good sized stadium. And
Yeah,
there
too.
have been times I know in the 60s, some of the 70s and the early 80s that this place was pretty well full. The fullest I remember watching Shikellamy play recently was when Sam Stroh's team beat Selinsgrove in the district championship down at Selinsgrove.
Yeah.
There were a lot of people there. A lot of people standing in the end zone, including myself, all right, that night.
Yeah, that was a busy night for that stadium and that particular game. But that was the thing that this community, Sunbury, Northumberland, the surrounding area, and this school district supports the program and definitely does that on Friday nights for sure. And they do that with. I saw quite a good crowd for soccer the other night on Wednesday. For an early in the year, I mean, that was first day of school as well.
Yeah, that was the girls. They scrimmaged Line Mountain, and they go to Altoona tomorrow for a game, and so they got a long haul. I don't think that's a scrimmage. I think that's their first game. The boys open up with Juniata on Monday, and I think the girls play Mifflinburg on Tuesday, and Thursday I'm not sure who's there, but I've noticed that both programs are pretty solid this year. The boys have a lot of kids. I think they got 30-some kids on the team this year. That's up, and the girls have, I think, 22 or 23. But they've got some quality athletes. And for example, they scored 12 goals on Wednesday night, Kevin. That's a lot of goals. I told the coach afterwards. I said, "You missed your extra points."
That was the only thing I missed, the way that sounds.
Well, she called the dogs off too. And what do you it's like in basketball. What do you tell somebody? Don't score.
Yeah. Run backwards.
Yeah, run. Yeah. Here, give them the ball. Let them catch up a little bit. But it was. I think you're going to have two solid teams. The field hockey team, I think, is. They're down in numbers. They have a new coach this year, but they seem to be playing well. So, cross country, Coach Jim Bell's team is and Johnny Evans. They always have a good program going, and that's of course where we get to hear Coach Bell yell his famous directions like breathe and run.
Breathe and run. Yes, that's.
He's got some other ones too. I forget what they are, but over the years, he's got over 50 years of coaching here. He's like the Joe Paterno of cross country.
Yeah, and it's not like he hasn't had any success.
So always had. There's very few times that he doesn't have a pretty decent team, and both boys and girls as far as that goes.
We're trying to get you some updates on some scores from around the region here. Looks like they're at the half now at Bellefonte with the Seals leading Bellefonte 16-0. You were saying earlier that they had a long road home. They may make it home before we do now.
Hey, listen, it's like the kiss of death when you say something like that. I was telling you, at least I didn't say, well, it could be worse. It could be raining, and it starts raining.
Yeah. That's the one thing we have not had during this stoppage, which is now pushing to be about an hour. We have not had any rain that has fallen here at Shikellamy Stadium, and Chief is knocking on my head, knocking on wood there.
Let's talk about the Phillies can't beat the Mets. And my buddy Dave.
How many can?
My friend Dave McDermott, who I coached, was his assistant coach for so many years, is a big Mets fan. And I finally texted him and I just said, kudos to the Mets. There's, they took 3 out of 4 off the Phillies, and they didn't have to first DeGrom or Schwarber, so unbelievable. And they're up 1-0 right now over the Rockies.
Bottom of the fourth now, Phillies leading the Pirates by a score of 6-2. That again is in the bottom of the fourth.
Bottom of the fourth inning, yeah.
With Harper at the plate, as a matter of fact. So we'll let you know what happens with that at bat. But watching him, Service Electric in Allentown, carrying the majority of the Iron Pigs games. They had a sold-out stadium down there earlier this week.
With a half an hour to go, there were 12 seats left, and they were all down the right field line.
Yeah.
And that's not where Harper's going to hit the ball.
No. And what happened?
Well, left field on it was.
Yeah. And what happened? He goes opposite field later in the game. You know.
Amazing. I mean, hey,
can you imagine I said this when I'm watching it. I'm watching the AAA pitcher coming in there going, okay, you're now going up against the National League MVP from last year. Let's see, what can I throw? Oh, not that.
Not once, but twice.
Oh, man.
Paul Goldschmidt's having a banner year. Today I found out that he leads the league in batting average. He leads the league in RBIs, and he's 2 behind in home runs. So when's the last time a National League player won the Triple Crown?
Well, that's a Steve Jones question right there.
That was Dan, look at my hair, Patrick question today.
Yeah.
Ducky, I can't think of his last name. His first name was Ducky, and he played for the Cardinals back in 1935 or 34. That's the last time a National League player won the Triple Crown. Now I watched Carl Yastrzemski win it, all right, and I think didn't the guy from Detroit, the Tigers, win it? But anyway,
I don't know.
I found that hard to believe.
Well, I think we are starting to hear some stirs in the crowd.
Well, we're 1 minute away from 8:38.
Correct. Which would mean that everybody is starting to come in now. I see to our right, coming out from the locker room, the Shikellamy Braves football team is now come out. The Central Columbia coaches are starting to bring out some of their equipment. So we'll go through a warm-up period of some sort.
I don't think they're the coaches. I think they're the
water crew.
Water crew.
Yeah, here come the Blue Jays now to our left. The officials are out now as well. So both teams have made their reappearance. And there is the word at 8:38. We are getting ready to play.
Boy, what a momentum killer that is for the Braves, huh?
And they were on a drive, too, yeah.
So now they got to come out, and their first play has to be fourth and less than a yard.
Fourth and about half a yard.
At the 4-yard line to get a first down to try to tie this game up or have the chance to tie it up.
My.
I wonder what you talk. Well, hey, listen, maybe they shouldn't have halftime. Just go right to the third quarter.
Didn't we do that last year at one point?
I don't remember, Kev.
I thought one of the we had 2 delayed games last year, and I thought one of them actually was not. We actually played had like a 2-minute halftime or something like that. And if that's the case, we're going to pass along to Mark Lawrence, who is our producer for tonight. After a 3-minute warm-up, we're going to take the halftime timeout. The one that would be in the middle of halftime at this point. And when we come back, we should be ready to play football. So we'll take our halftime timeout now and then come back and hopefully get ready to play football. This is Shikellamy Braves football on News Radio 1070 WKOK and on the WKOK Sports YouTube channel. And welcome back to Shikellamy Stadium after about an hour delay and the longest timeout in the history of high school football, or football everywhere, because the Braves did take a timeout before that lightning delay. It'll be 4th and 1 at the 4-yard line of Central Columbia with 11:24 to go here in the second quarter, Chief.
Yep. Before we talk about football, thanks to Roger Haddon, all-time Philadelphia fan, and his mom was a great Philadelphia Phillies fan. Ducky Medwick was the name, and Miguel Cabrera won it in 2012 again, thanks to Roger. So unbelievable. I just never thought that the National League would go that long without having a Triple Crown winner. Here we go, Kev.
Here we go. It is 4th down. The Braves are in the shotgun formation. 4th down and 1. Sidecar to the left. Calling for the ball now is Ray Buck, and it looks like Central Columbia may have dropped off. Were they drawn?
But they lunged inside, and then a Shikellamy player moved. So
well, whoever moved first, because there is no encroachment.
It's against the Braves.
And it looks like the Braves false started on that one.
You know, now just think about what that rain, that delay did. And here comes
absolutely.
Here comes Nick Coons. He's going to come out to try this field goal, which is going to be from the 10-yard line, which is going to be a 27-yarder, Kevin.
Remember, he had not attempted a field goal this last year.
He's kicking it from the right hash.
The hold will be Ethan Turber, and the Braves are short a player. They're going to have time to bring him on. This is going to be a 23-yard attempt. Snap is low. Turber's got to run for it. Turber's got a fire drill, throw it, and he throws it incomplete. Pass was intended for number 8, Elijah Fernandez.
So you get nothing out of a great offensive series, and I would attribute a lot of that to the lightning delay.
I don't think there's any doubt about that whatsoever.
Wow. Well, now the Braves defense has to come through here. They've got to keep Central Columbia down in their own territory. They're going to have the ball 1st and 10 from the 10-yard line on the right hash.
So the Blue Jays now with the football at the 10-yard line, as you said. Welcome will now break the huddle. Lone back behind him is going to be Pyatt. He's going to hand it off, and he's going to get about a 2-yard gain to Logan.
Yeah, it looks like the last person off the pile there is Isaac Schaefer-Knights. Makes the tackle, but those big guys up front close that hole down pretty quick.
And now the Blue Jays will make a change here.
Second and, between 8 and 9 yards here. The ball on the 12-yard line for the Blue Jays.
And welcome now with a running back behind him. The pitch goes to Schaud. Schaud will try to turn the corner. He is stood up and dropped for a loss of 1 back to the 11-yard line.
Good job by the left side of the Braves defense. They did not let Schaud get outside, and the linebacker filling in on the the hole between the tackle and the end ran him down. So nice job by the Braves defense. They actually the Blue Jays lost a yard, so it's 3rd and 9 here from the 11-yard line. Ball on the right hash.
3rd down and 9 at the 11-yard line. Welcome now trying to get out of the shadow of his own goalpost. And he'll go to the near side. Roll out. Pressure's coming, and he is going to be breaking the tackle. Fumble the ball!
Touchdown!
And Shikellamy has recovered it in the end zone for a touchdown. Lucas Wetzel made the original hit and then picks up the ball into the end zone for a touchdown.
Well, for Hernandez is the one that stripped him of the ball, then number 8, Kevin. But you're right, Lucas Wetzel in there to grab the quarterback and roll him around, and then Elijah Fernandez just stripped him of the ball. And what a nice job of Wetzel to realize where he was and just get that ball and score. What a break for the Braves here, Kevin. But a great job by the defense, as the quarterback for Central Columbia had nowhere to go.
And that is the first turnover for the Blue Jays, and that one led directly to points for Shikellamy. Here comes the hold, and this one is down. Snaps up, or the kick is up. It is a line drive kick, and it is good. So the Braves defense put Shikellamy back even with Central Columbia at 7 apiece here as we resume after about an hour rain delay.
What should have been a moment of severe disappointment after the Braves, did not score and had the field goal play blotched by a low snap turns into a moment of glory here as the defense does a great job of 3 tough plays defensively right away, giving up 2 yards, sacking the quarterback on the 3rd down. Wow.
Wow,
get a quarterback out of it.
Not only does it go down as a sack, but it goes down as a touchdown as well. As I said, Wetzel made the original contact on it, and then finished off the play with a touchdown.
I thought Fernandez was going to take the quarterback down into the end zone, and
for a safety.
And he did a nice job. He stripped him of the ball. The ball came out, and just so happened he was in the end zone, and Lucas with a nice recovery for a touchdown.
So the Shikellamy Braves will kick the ball off for the first time tonight at the 40-yard line from the far hash mark. That's where it will be booted away by Kuntz.
Kevin, do you remember Nick Coons up at Loyal Sock last year, the hit he took on a kickoff?
Yes.
That was the hardest I ever remember.
And he popped back up.
Yeah, he did. He got right back up.
So Kuntz will kick it away, and it's going to be a squib kick onside. It was touched by the Blue Jays, and Shikelamy's on top of the ball at the 45-yard line. The onside kick bounces right off the Blue Jays, and it's recovered for the Shikellamy Braves by. Actually, it says 64. That might be Derek Turber.
Yeah, that is Turber. He is number 64 now.
Yes, Turber is wearing 64, so Turber will be the one that gets credit for the surprise onside recovery.
That was a great onside kick by Kuntz, unbelievable.
Remember the start of the second half in what I believe was the second to last year, Shikellamy and Danville. It was Riley that was kicking the ball, caused the surprise onside, and recovered it himself. That was the same thing, just run up, boot the ball forward, and it almost went too far forward.
It's not Shikelamy's ball, is it?
It should be.
Oh yeah, now they lined up. At first I didn't think that ball went 10 yards.
Well, it didn't, but it was touched by a Blue Jay first. Therefore, Shikellamy could then recover the ball, and I think that's what they're discussing now. Was it indeed touched by a Blue Jay?
They're going to give the ball to Central Columbia.
Wow. Was it touched by Shikellamy first? That's what I'm guessing is the discussion. And now let's see. We haven't gotten official word from the referee yet. So the last thing we saw was Shikellamy football, because I thought it bounced off of a Central Columbia up man.
Well,
and if that's the case, it doesn't have to go 10 yards. Coach Kaiser not real happy with what he heard.
Central Columbia's offense is out there, and the defense Braves come out.
Wow.
And that gives Central Columbia the ball on the Braves' 45-yard line.
What looked like it was going to be a successful surprise onside goes the other direction. Under center is Welcome. Welcome will hand the ball off straight up the middle to give to Pine.
Good gain, good run.
6 yards.
Didn't have much of a hole, but he got up in there, and now we got a Brave down.
Yeah, this is what I think you're going to see a lot of now is leg cramps. Luke Snyder this time with a leg cramp.
Kevin,
yes,
the air has stopped.
Yes, it has.
It is humid again.
Yes, it has. Yeah, I don't know. Again, during the break, I'm sure they tried to keep the guys hydrated without, making it too much, because you don't want to fill up the stomach too much. But
well, they're giving him some water now.
I
remember when T.J. Herzog used to get they gave him pickle juice out there on the field.
Well, they do. They still have it. Mike Elder, the trainer, usually keeps pickle juice concentrate, I think it's called, in little squeeze containers. I don't know if he's here tonight and if he has those or not.
Well, isn't that him over top of him?
I can't quite tell.
And I think it is, but also out there is our the trainer. She was here last year, and I will tell you her name in a second as soon as I remember it, Kevin. But she's it's Faith Gingrich, all right?
9:39 to go here in the second quarter, all tied at 7. The surprise onside going in favor of Central Columbia after it looked like the Blue Jays may have touched it first. The officials say that Shikellamy touched it before the 10 yards, so it became a recovery for the Blue Jays.
And that's not Mike Elder. That's probably somebody filling in for him, but Faith's out there.
So it'll be 2nd down and 4 after the 6-yard run by Pyatt. And here's the handoff, and Schaud has to spin off to the near side, breaks a tackle to the 40, to the 35, down to the 33-yard line. It'll be good enough for 7 and a first down to the 32.
You know, he got stopped right behind the tackle at the line of scrimmage, and he bounced off, and by that time, the end or the outside backer had decided to go inside, and that's how he got the first down as he ran outside. So, again, a lot of things have happened since that weather delay. But Central Columbia with the ball on the Braves 32.
Welcome with the ball on the first down play. He will hand the ball off, and they're going to whistle and stop it. Flag coming from the near side official as Central Columbia moves right to left as we view things here in the second quarter. And it's going to be a 5-yard penalty against the Blue Jays, so that'll march it back to the 37-yard line and bring up a first down and 15.
You know, the Braves have not run an offensive play yet. They tried the field goal, right? That was it.
Yeah. Well, since the lightning
delay.
Since the 1-hour chat with the chief program.
And then the defense had 3 plays, resulting in a strip of the quarterback, or the ball from the quarterback, and a touchdown by Wetzel, Lucas Wetzel.
1-hour chat with the chief program becoming a week 1 staple.
We don't want to do that, Kev.
Welcome under center with a double tight end now. He's going to roll out to the far side. Pressure coming from the backside. He's going to take a hit, fire it. Incomplete pass intended downfield for Eli Book, but he got racked, and he being welcome, he got hit hard from behind. And,
good, it's good. But backside pressure, they bring the corner from the backside, almost ran him down. Yeah, and the other thing that happened was that ball was thrown in a spot where nobody was going to catch it, not a Blue Jay or a Brave.
That's a good point.
So the quarterback did a nice job of dumping it off in the right spot. But now we've got 2nd and 15, Kevin.
2nd and 15 as we have a tie score, 7-all with 9:06 remaining here in the first half of play. Welcome with a 2nd down. Shotgun, 4 receivers in the pattern. Ball in the near hash mark moving right to left. He'll call for the ball. Pressure coming up the middle. Fires it incomplete. Overthrew Book, who was open on the straight fly pattern.
You just run 4 guys straight down the field.
Right in the seam.
And the guy in the left seam was wide open. And right away, Ethan Turber put his hands on his helmet knowing that was his guy.
Yep. 3rd down and 15 now at the 37-yard line.
But the quarterback had to get rid of the ball because there was a lot of pressure even on that short drop.
This front 3 is really putting some big-time pressure on, and that was Cooper Rouse, I believe, that was right up the middle that time.
Well, Matt Schaefer's been coming off of that side too, and you know, I'm looking at I think it's Hernandez on the other side's got some speed that they just let him go.
So now we'll go. Yep, we'll go 3 receivers to the far side. Braves defense shifting around a little bit. Welcome in the shotgun, calls for the ball. He'll roll out to the far side, has some time, sets up, fires, pass incomplete. Threw it behind Dylan Gregory, his intended receiver, and it will be a 4th down and likely a punting situation for the Blue Jays.
Again, good pressure. I mean, when a quarterback's sprinting out to the right or to the left, if you're a defensive lineman, it's tough to run them down. And but I think they did a decent job on the Braves' defensive left side of keeping the contain there because he got rid of the ball. He didn't tuck it and run with it.
Welcome is the punter. He already had 1 punt here this evening, what seemed like a day ago. Looks like the Braves are playing safety. Yeah, they're playing safety return, and they will punt the ball away and likely let this one hit at the 10 to the 5 and roll into the end zone, and it will come out to the 20. So the gamble on the onside kick really almost paid off and may have paid off. We'll have to watch that one back and make your decision on the WKOK Sports YouTube channel. But I can tell you one thing, it definitely didn't hurt the Braves. They get the ball at the 20-yard line after the punt goes into the end zone.
You mean instead of at their own 45 on the onside?
I didn't say it was perfect.
Well, Kevin, I think the Braves did that also because they were afraid that would have been a fake. I think they brought everybody.
Oh, I don't think there's any question. I think that was a good
regular
move.
Defense. Yeah.
No, I agree with you. I think that was a great move on Coach Kaiser's call there. 8:51 to go here in the second quarter, all tied at 7 as the Braves offense trying to put some points on the board.
An 80-yard drive would be very impressive.
It would be, and they've been able to move the ball from time to time. Raybuck, the freshman, under center with a wing T formation. They'll hand it off, and Turber. Or make that Schaefer Knights. He's gone. 2 tackles. They're not going to get him to the 50, 40, 30, 20, 15, 10, 5. Touchdown, Shikellamy. 80 yards, 1 play, and goes the distance.
Kevin, that's exactly what he did at Montoursville on Saturday. It looks like he stopped. He keeps those legs going, bounces outside, and I'll tell you what, with all the backs coming up to help out on the tackle, he didn't need a head start because he was going to outrun him anyway, but boy, that guy can put him up and put him down quicker than anybody. So just like that, the Braves are up by 6 with a chance to go up by 7.
I don't know anybody that's going to catch him on most days. That was speed. He was running away from the entire Central Columbia defense. Snaps down, the kick is up, and it is good.
Much better kick by Nick that time. Little end over end, but, well, the Braves have scored 2 touchdowns in 3 minutes here, Kevin, and they've only had 1 offensive play. How do you like that, buddy?
Wow. Lightning in a bottle right there. Schaefer Knights off the right side. At first, I thought it was going to be Turber that was going to get the call, but it was Schaefer Knights off the right side, broke 2 tackles at the line of scrimmage, and when he got past that first wave, there was not another wave coming.
Down the sidelines on the bench side, and folks, I know if you're watching on TV, you probably saw a lot of excited coaches that almost beat him to the end zone.
And Coach Livey was down there pretty far, too, to do a chest bump when he came to the sideline. So the Braves with their first lead of this young season, 14-7, after a big 80-yard touchdown run.
That's what we talked about before this game started. If the Braves' speed can be used appropriately, and that time it was, because a 1-on-1 or even 2-on-1, Schaefer Knights is going to run away from everybody, as will some of those other guys there.
And boy, that could easily be our Shamokin Dam Health Center backbreaker play of the game. Well, we'll talk about that in the post.
If this score ends up 28-7, I'm going to vote for it right now.
I listen, that changed momentum completely.
And the Braves did an excellent job of coming back from a disappointing call when they did not get the onside kick to play good defense and then take the ball the distance on the first play.
For a moment, the lightning delay would have been the Shamokin Dam Health Center backbreaker play. Kickoff goes deep,
boot.
About to the 5-yard line, all the way back to the 4 for Book. Book right up the hash mark, spun down by the first tackler at the 19-yard line.
That's Turber, 64.
Wow.
The Turber boys are turbocharged, Kevin. That's what we're going to start calling them, man. Both those guys are sure tacklers, and they're around the ball all the time. And I think one's a sophomore and one's a senior, if I'm not mistaken.
My. Yeah, I believe you're correct.
And they have a lot of their older brother Sean in them.
Who's here tonight? Yeah. Derek, the sophomore, and the senior is Ethan. And Sean in attendance this evening, we're told. So 1st and 10 at the 19-yard line. This is by far the worst starting field position of the game, of the ball game. Yes.
So do you give Schaefer Knights a little blow here instead of playing defense? Wow.
I'll tell you what, they had 4 Braves in the backfield when Shaw picked up that ball, and he goes nowhere. Stopped for a loss of 4.
Luke Snyder and his gang. All right, excellent job. I mean, the guys on the defensive line there, Wetzel along with along with Rouse, just not letting anybody block him and just opening things up for people to make tackles.
Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Shikellamy Braves football. Braves lead at 14-7 now. Central Columbia with the ball, second down and long. Rolling out to the near side, Welcome. Pressure's coming. He's going to throw it away. That's probably grounding. No, he did have a receiver in the general vicinity.
Yeah, number 5.
Yeah, it was Pyatt there. So that is not grounding. It's a heads-up play
that
by
wasn't
Welcome.
A throw, Kevin. That was a shot put. That's exactly what he did.
It was. It did look like
he was
a shot
going
play.
down, and he just
actually they are going to call it grounding.
Oh, they did call it.
Well, and I think the reason is because there was a player in that area, but there's no way he was going to catch that.
The other
ball.
thing was he was in the grasp and going down. So it was a good call. So that's a loss of down too, Kevin.
He did have a player nearby, but he didn't throw it anywhere near it. He threw it out of bounds, and like you said, kind of pushed it like a shot put out of bounds. It was probably about 5-6 yards away.
Half the distance to the goal line and loss of down.
And a loss of down as well.
So they're down on their 6-yard line right now. The Sharks smell the blood, Kevin. That's all I can say.
Well, it's third down and a bus ride now. 3rd down and 24 from the Central Columbia 6-yard line. With a heel on the end zone. Welcome will call for the snap. He'll look around. He breaks a tackle, moves to the outside, fires it. It is incomplete. A beautiful defensive play. Reaching around to try and tap it away is Morgan, and there is a late flag on this one.
They're going to call interference.
Wow,
on
he
Morgan.
must have had a back of the jersey because it came from the official that was behind him. And if he grabbed him with the left hand and reached around with the front of the hand, the back of the left hand is the one that caused the flag to come out.
So it's 10 yards and it's down over again?
Wow, it looked like a good defensive play, but must have had a little bit of the jersey along with it. We're going to wait till they...
That's what it'll be. It'll be a 10-yard penalty. Should end up being...
Actually,
3rd and... See, the guy's got the ball right here. He's getting ready to mark it off.
Well, one of the officials waved it off. It is pass interference against the defense, as we suspected. I don't know. The official went declining it, and I didn't know what that was all about.
15-yard penalty.
Should be
That's
10.
21. No, they went from the 6 to the 21.
No, you're right. It is 15, but it won't be a first down.
3rd and 9.
It is not an automatic first down.
Nope.
So it'll be 3rd down and 9 at the 21. That's tough. I get my levels confused because the rules are different at every level for pass interference.
Well, the Braves need a good defensive play here. I mean, Central Columbia is very capable of getting 9 yards here. They've got a good passing attack, so they can't. The Braves have to keep the tempo going here.
7:28 to go here in the half. Shikellamy leading at 14-7. Welcome under center with a second chance at 3rd down. Play action, rolls out. It's a far side screen to Roberts, the tight end, and he'll be tripped up for a gain of about 4. Tripped up again by Derek Turber.
Yeah, nice job out there. I'm looking out there. Is that 4 or is 8? I'm trying to think. 4. That's
Ethan.
Yeah, and Ethan did a nice job of turning that play inside. That gave everybody from all the guys on the inside a chance to get out there and make the tackle. So
Chase Morgan, who has almost broken a couple of returns here tonight, will have a chance to return this one.
They just have to make sure they don't go with the hard count and jump off sides.
It'll be 4th down and about 4 from the 25-yard line. Braves should have really good field position. Long count now by Welcome. Remember, no play clock here on the field. And they're now with 5. They'll snap it. Line drive kick hits at about the 50 and pops straight up, and almost getting knocked into it that time was Rashawn Martin.
Yeah.
And it will be down at the 41-yard line.
Rashad's telling everybody to get away, and yet the ball's right at his feet, and he almost did get blocked into it. So
it wouldn't have counted if he did get blocked into it, but ball at the they'll spot it at the 41-yard line. It'll be 1st and 10 for Shikellamy with 6:22 to go here in the half. Yes, I did say the half, as we had a long, long delay. About an hour lightning delay. Get you updated on some other scores from around the region here shortly on WKOK.com. Last check of the third quarter, it was Selinsgrove 16, Belfont nothing. In the fourth quarter, Mount Carmel leading North Schuylkill 19-10. And once again, the Braves will go to a shotgun formation. They'll go with a double wing shotgun. Very tight formation. This is one of those inside handoffs, and not a whole lot of running room, maybe about a yard, if that, for Luke Snyder.
It's
well-designed play. It just didn't open up.
It's almost like a jet sweep with the quarterback. With the quarterback, instead of turning and giving the ball to the halfback as he's coming around the end, he actually gives it to him on the inside. So, but Central Columbia did a nice job of smelling that one out and stopped Luke Snyder.
2nd down and 1 for the Braves. Under center now is Raybuck once again. He'll go with a wing to the far side, wing T formation. Hand off a Snyder left side. Snyder follows his blocks across the 45 to the 46-yard line. Gain of about 4 will bring up a 3rd down and 5. Manageable 3rd down for the Braves.
Yeah, it'd be a good confidence booster for Brody if he could get this 1st down.
3rd down and about 6 for the Braves.
But, Central Columbia is going to bring a lot of people if they try to pass. Braves got it.
Yeah, they're going to use a timeout.
Yeah.
It was very slow getting the play in, and Coach Kaiser had to use a timeout, much to his displeasure.
Well, is that their second, right?
That is their second. They have one timeout remaining with 5:12 to go here in the half, with Shikellamy leading it by a score of 14-7. Coming up on Saturday, September 3rd, the Bucknell Bison open the season at Christy Mathewson Memorial Stadium with Towson. That's on 100.9 The Valley. Pregame starts at 5:30. Kickoff is at 6. The Nittany Lions will get started on Thursday night. They open the season at Purdue. Steve Jones will be your guide for the tailgate show at 6:30. Of course, Roger, Corey, Jack Ham will be on the broadcast as well. Kickoff set for 8. You can hear that on WKOK, WKOK.com, and the Sunbury Broadcasting Corporation app. And you can go to WKOK.com for the full schedule. And don't forget, while you're there, find out how to click and make, as Mark Lawrence says, your Alexa very smart. Use the Alexa skill to listen to WKOK. I do that a lot. 3rd down and 6. And a shot, make that a spread formation under center. 4 receivers every direction. Reeling out to the near side. Stiff arm by Raybuck. He will fumble the ball. It is picked up at the 30. Running down the sidelines is Roberts. He'll get down to the 4, and he's tackled with a touchdown, saving tackle by Bradigan.
Well, Kevin, there's a chance where you just got to get rid of the ball or
try to do too much.
Or eat it, all right? But, again, they bring all these people. I mean, and you got 5 guys to block 7 or 8, and just not working for the Braves. Well, that gives the defense from Central, puts their offense in great position here as they're inside the 5-yard line.
It has been a game of taking advantage of the mistakes of the other team, almost as much as good plays. So at the 4-yard line, Welcome will bring him to the line. The lone setback behind him is Pyatt. Welcome will hand it off. Pyatt right side has a hole and snuffed by Schaefer Knights. That'll be a gain of 1 to the 3-yard line. 2nd down and goal.
They had a hole there, but again, Isaac Schaefer Knights did what linebacker does. He steps in there, and he didn't get his shoulder on him, but he used his strength to just arm tackle him and put him down.
2nd down and 3 for the Central Columbia Blue Jays. Trailing it now 14-7 with 4:30 to go, creeping up toward halftime. Welcome now under center with a lone back behind him. That's going to be Shout, who's had a tough night tonight. He'll get the call off the left side. He is into the end zone. Touchdown, Central Columbia. And the Blue Jays are within 1 after the 3-yard run by Shout, his 2nd touchdown of the ball game.
Well, it sounds like, or feels like, we're going to have a pretty interesting second half, Kevin.
I would think so.
That was just a power play off left tackle, and they did a nice job of blocking down on everybody and kicking the outside backer or the corner off, and Shroud just into the end zone real quick.
Here comes the extra point on the foot of Blake. Kick is up, and it is good, just over the crossbar. It wasn't pretty, but it was pretty effective. And that makes it 14-all after the big turnover. And again, the Blue Jays are able to capitalize on a Shikellamy turnover, their third of the ball game.
Exactly, Kevin. And again, hopefully it's a learning curve, all right, for the quarterback.
Yeah, that time Raybuck just tried to do a little bit too much with that one.
Well, he was trying to get around the end and try to pass the ball at the same time while people were holding on to him.
But again, yeah, that's a freshman quarterback right there trying to make a big play, and he'll learn from that.
And I'm convinced that's what the Central Columbia is really working on, is just putting all kinds of pressure on, not letting the Braves do any of that.
Don't let him get comfortable.
Exactly.
Don't let him get comfortable. That's exactly right. All tied up at 14 here. We're at Shikellamy tonight. And looking across the scoreboard at WKOK.com, we will see that Selinsgrove now up on Belfont in the third quarter, 19-0. Some other updates in the third quarter. Mifflinburg 21, Midwest nothing. And Berwick now leading Southern Columbia 14-0. That game in the third quarter. We'll try and get you some other updates throughout the evening here, as we are not quite to halftime at a time that we probably would be just about 2 minutes to go in the fourth quarter. But hey, I had nothing else planned. How about you, Chief?
Well, I don't know. My sock drawer could use a little reorganizing. Who turned off the air conditioning, Kevin?
Listen, when that, I don't want to say storm went through because it really wasn't a storm, but when the lightning came through, there was a nice breeze. The breeze is done now. I can't imagine. It must be a little cooler out on the field. I can tell you that, though.
Oh, I hope so, for those kids' sake.
McGuire ready to boot the ball away. He'll boot it back deep to Martin. Martin at the 7-yard line, to the middle of the field at the 10, 15, 20, 25. Has a seam to the 35, to the 40. Now he cuts it outside to the 40. 35, 30, 25, 20, 15, 10, and knocked off his feet at the 8-yard line. My favorite Martin.
Good one, Kevin. And you know what, Kev? Speed kills.
Oh, man. Lightning fast.
Good job by the safety on the kickoff team for Central, because now, what are the officials talking about now? I just don't know. There was no flags.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure what they were discussing there either, but
anyway, safety for Central Columbia with a touchdown-saving tackle at the 7-yard line. And that's a brave down. Was that Rashad? That's Martin.
That's Martin. I think
Your
you got to
favorite Martin.
My favorite Martin, indeed. By the way, Milton leading South Williamsport 14-0 in the first quarter. That game obviously has been delayed as well.
Well, yeah, that's where that storm went, Kev.
Yes, we watched that, didn't we? Ball at the 7-yard line now with a full house backfield. And a wishbone, actually, backfield. Schott having a great night with 2 touchdowns, but right now the Braves are trying to nullify that second score. And Raybuck bobbled it a little bit, handed off left side to Schaefer. Schaefer gets to the 5-yard line. He'll pick up maybe 3 on that one and bring up a second down and 5. Second and goal.
I think he's inside the 5, isn't he?
I think they spotted it right on the 5.
You're right on the 5.
Second and goal now after the outstanding run that was so far, Chief, I couldn't even do the math. He picked that ball up at about the 8-yard line.
Yes, he did.
And took it to the 8-yard line.
So that's 42 and 42, Kevin.
There you go. So 84.
Touchdown.
And off the left side, into the end zone, Schaefer Knights for the touchdown. Schaefer Knights scores for the Braves for the first time this season and puts Shikellamy back on top with 3:22 to go here in the second quarter.
Kevin, you need to turn my mic off when we get close to the goal line. I'm talking to myself, and it's coming out over 1070. Sorry about that, buddy.
That's all right. I was just waiting for him to cross. Here comes the extra point. Coons with the extra point, snaps down, the set's down, the kick is up, and it is good.
That's a dandy by Nick that time. Dandy kick. Well, it's 21-14, folks, with 3:22 here to go in the second quarter. Yes, it's the second quarter.
Yeah, and it's a busy one, too.
You know what I like? We've had a touchdown. The defense had a touchdown. We had a long run for a touchdown, and we had a special teams play that set up third touchdown. So Braves getting a lot of use out of their speed on those teams.
Well, if you're a Philadelphia Eagles fan, a reminder the Eagles all season will be on Eagle 107. Merrill Reese and Mike Quick will have the Eagles every Sunday, and when they play on Monday nights or Thursday nights or Sunday nights, we'll have those for you too. Matter of fact, the season starts on September 11th on the road at Detroit. Pre-game starts at noon, kickoff at 1 on Eagle 107.
You know many Lions fans?
I know many Lions fans in Detroit.
I have a friend, Opie Gross. He's a Lions fan. He had a T-shirt that said, Detroit Lions, frustrating fans on Sunday since 1952, I think he said.
I think I've seen a T-shirt like that or two, yeah.
One.
Top of the seventh inning now, Phillies leading the Pirates by a score of 6-4. Phillies got that early lead, but the Pirates starting to chip away.
Of course, you know, we could say that about our Phillies, too.
What are we saying about the Phillies?
We could say frustrating us in many years.
Oh. Not tonight. They've been entertaining tonight. Here's the boot. And back deep to return it will be Book at the 15. Picks it up again because he dropped it to the 20.
Ooh.
Bang! At the 19-yard line. Or, I'm sorry, the 24-yard line. I don't know who got there first.
Turber was at the
there.
end. I don't know. It might have been number 8, which would be Fernandez.
That'd be Fernandez, but there was a shot.
It might be the guy that's laying down on the field right now too.
Is that Luke Snyder?
It was a heck of a collision.
I think that might be Luke Snyder down there, but I'm not sure. And again, it looks like another. Yep, it's definitely a warm night leg cramp. It is a good night for pickle juice. If you can drink, have you tried? Did you ever drink pickle juice?
Yeah, I have. I've drank it. I mean,
I don't mind
it's tolerable.
Yeah, I mean, it's not something I would do for fun. It's not a refreshing beverage.
I mean, I remember when I was a kid, they used to give you paregoric when you were sick. That was like drinking motor oil.
A pair of what?
Paregoric.
I have no idea what that is.
Oh no, that's because they took it off the market probably right after I got to be 11 years old.
Let me guess, there were some issues with that.
Castor oil.
And working his way off now is Luke Snyder. It is Luke Snyder that is limping a little bit. Didn't he have one earlier, too?
That's the second one.
Yeah. He might break T.J. Herzog's record of 4 in a game.
Luke lives on a farm with Rex and his mom and that, and they have horses. And right now his legs are wide apart like he just rode a horse. All right. I mean that's how stiff it is.
Yeah.
When you get that cramp in there. Roger just texted. He said it's 6'4" Phillies, but you did give that, all right? I think you did that.
I don't know. Did I have it at 6'4"? Yeah, I think I had it at
6'4" in the 7th.
Yeah, I think I had 6'4" top of the 7th. Yeah.
Double tights.
Blue Jays with the ball at the 24-yard line. Welcome will have it. He will roll out to the near side. He's looking, has some time. Now he's got to run. Nobody to throw it to. He's got the first down to the 40-yard line. A good little run. Tackled there by Fernandez, but not before a gain of 16 and a first down.
Well, he's rolling out to the left, and he's got everybody flowing this way, and at the last minute he did a nice job of finding that seam going opposite of everybody else, and he's a big boy. He picked up the first down plus yardage.
6'2", 190 for the senior that picked up one of the longest rushing plays that counts for the Blue Jays tonight. 2:49 to go in the half, 21-14 in favor of Shikellamy. Under center, here's the handoff. Oh, wow. There was nothing there, and he met Ethan Turber, and Turber just laid out Pyatt that time. There was nothing there.
He didn't gain an inch, did he?
He
might have
got a half an inch.
Yeah. But that was right up the middle. You know, they got double tight end going power against power, and the Braves just knocked everybody back.
2nd down and 9 3/4. Sounded like I'm in a Harry Potter movie, didn't it?
Yes, it did.
Yeah.
You know, I finally watched all those.
Did you? It only took you, what, 20 years?
20 years.
Not bad. Welcome under center with 2 receivers to the near side. Ball on the far hash mark. He will roll out to the near side. Has time. Rolls out further. Now fires it. Pass intended and completed to Dylan Gregory. And that was a nice job by Gregory to adjust. He saw his quarterback in trouble. He races downfield instead of stopping and coming back when he saw his quarterback head upfield, and did a beautiful job of running to the ball for the first down and the gain of 20 to the 40.
He threw that ball in between the 2 people in that zone perfectly, and you got to understand he's a right-handed quarterback rolling out to the left.
Well, and again, I'm very impressed with the way he adjusted to the ball, knowing his quarterback was looking for him and not running. He didn't come back like the quarterback was running to make a block. He went downfield to pick up some yards and get open. Welcome now. We'll take the direct snap in the shotgun. Fires it down the seam. They've got it this time, and it's going to be Book that gets it down to the 10-yard line.
The same play that they misfired on earlier, all right? And again, nobody for the Braves covered him.
Book was wide open down the hash mark, and a gain of 30. A minute 21 remaining in the half. 21-14. Central Columbia trying to answer back. This would be their first score that's not after a turnover if they can finish it off. Now they'll come out and send 2 receivers to the far side. At the deep back. There is a handoff to him, and he will get across the 10 down to the 5. A good finish on that run. It looked like he was only going to get a couple of yards. Leans ahead and ends up picking up 4. They'll spot him at the 6-yard line. It'll be second and goal, at the 6, and a timeout. Central Columbia. They have 1 timeout remaining with 53 ticks on the clock.
Talon Piat. I think that's how you say that boy. Number 5, right? The runner for Central.
I was told Pyatt, but it could be Piat.
Okay,
I'm
Pyatt,
not sure.
Yeah.
I could be wrong.
Pyatt sounds better than Piat.
You know me, I'm usually wrong about stuff like that, even though I try to look it up. Even though I try to get the right information, I always figure out a way to get it wrong.
I think when they remodel the football field, we'll request air conditioning in the.
Well, we do have heat.
Yeah, well, we got lots of heat.
no, I mean a heater.
Yeah, well,
we do have lots of heat right now. You're right.
Back there, yeah.
Yeah, there is lots of heat right now. Hey, listen, this could be worse. You know, those poor guys on ESPN television wearing suits and coats and ties down in Alabama this time of year.
That's true.
They're probably air conditioned.
But they're also getting paid more than minimum wage, too.
You just don't have a good enough agent.
I guess.
Welcome in the shotgun with a sidecar left. 4 receivers in the pattern. Welcome back to pass. He's drawing everybody in. Fires it incomplete right through the hands of his intended receiver, Shout.
A lot of pressure that time from the inside, too. So that was a good job by the Braves to apply it at the right time. Well, I was going to get Freddie Freeman's agent, but he didn't do Freddie Freeman any good things, you know.
Tell you what, in that last pass, Shaw really didn't have much of a chance to catch that one. That ball was really going between his hands. I mean, that ball was moving. Clock stop with 49 seconds to go. It'll bring up a 3rd down and goal at the 6-yard line.
Well, this is another one of those gut check moments, Kevin, for the Braves defense.
No question.
You have to go man-to-man in this situation.
And they are in the shotgun, spreading them out. Back to pass, Welcome. Swings it out to the far side, and it is complete to Shot, and he does not go anywhere.
10 guys on the defense made their way over there, Kevin, all right, in order to, make sure he did not get in. Now we got another Brave down.
Yep. Another one down right about the line of, right about the tackle. So give him a yard. It'll be 4th and goal from the 5-yard line with 37 seconds remaining. And Central Columbia is going to have an opportunity to at least chat about this one a little bit and decide what they want to do with the injury timeout. And it looks like the offense is out in the huddle right now.
I don't know if they have confidence in their field goal kicker, although the extra point seemed to be, he did a pretty good job on him.
Well, it was originally supposed to be Eli Book, but we have not seen Book kick at all tonight. Instead, it has been, I believe, McGuire Blake, I believe.
This time it's Fernandez.
Yeah, it is.
And he's got.
It is Fernandez.
Yeah, he's got that walk like he just rode a horse 40 miles.
Why 40 miles?
I just wondered.
I thought maybe there was a reason.
Now you sound like Paul Newman. Why 50 eggs? All right, it just sounds like a good number. All right.
I just thought maybe there was a reason.
look at Rex or Luke walking out there.
Well, I don't know.
He's walking the same way and he's going into the game.
Yeah, Luke Snyder's walking out there, but I don't know if he was doing an impression or what. But no, I don't think he is.
I think it's from having those cramps you get them in your hamstring.
So we have a timeout by Central Columbia now. That will be their final timeout with 37 seconds to go here before the half on the longest opening night in high school football history here on WKOK and on the Sunbury Broadcasting Corporation app and on WKOK Sports YouTube channel. On the SBC Sports YouTube channel right now, Selinsgrove's leading Bellefonte 32-0. That game in the fourth quarter. Mount Carmel 19 and North Schuylkill 10. That's in the fourth quarter now.
That's a big game for them, Kevin.
Also in the fourth quarter, Danville shutting out Bloomsburg 37-0. That'll be a future opponent for the Braves in Bloomsburg. Montoursville now a little closer, leading Wellsboro 21-14. Wellsboro was up early in that game. Montoursville now coming back. There are some finals. State College will defeat Williamsport 42-14 and Loyalsock 34. Berks Catholic 14. Those are both finals. Penns Valley leading Line Mountain 34-14. Ron Pratt from Shikellamy on the coaching staff. Jim Ermert down there as well at Line Mountain. So the Blue Jays will bring out the offense on this 4th down and goal from the 5-yard line. Welcome in the shotgun. Shout is the sidecar to the right. He has 2 receivers in each direction. Ball on the far hash mark, moving right to left. And the Braves, I believe, will use their final timeout here, and they do. So both teams now will be without a timeout.
Well, Mikey Hoover is in charge of the defense this year. And,
yes, indeed.
If you ever want to talk football with him, just go to the Midtown Bistro, all right, on Friday or Saturday night, and he'll gladly talk football with you. But he said, he's been coaching the defensive backs and the special teams for a long time, but now he's got the entire defense.
So after a long hour rain delay, well, actually it wasn't even a rain delay, it was a lightning delay.
I wondered if Hernandez could go back in now because they went out and they called timeout.
Yeah.
He should be able, because they need him over there at that particular spot it would be on the left side of the defense. That
could very well have been the part of the reason for the timeout. I'm sure the other reason was they wanted to see what Central Columbia came out in.
They had a receiver so far away from the formation that I'm thinking slant, one step, boom, hit him 5 yards.
Unfortunately, the Blue Jays marching band has been out on the end of the field now for a good almost 30 minutes waiting to play. This has been a long, long second quarter.
He's at 3.
That's not even counting the rain delay or lightning delay. Man-to-man coverage on the far side. That's where Welcome is looking. He's going to come to it. Incomplete, and it'll be a turnover on downs. Pass was intended for punt, and it did not get there.
Guess, is that, Fernandez, I think, he did a nice job of rushing the passer that time, but I think Either somebody hit him or else he got another leg cramp. But
So
the Braves are going to take over here with 33 seconds to go.
With 33 seconds and no timeouts, I would be surprised if you'd see anything other than taking a knee here. And then we'll figure out what our halftime situation will become. I'm sure we'll have a short halftime break.
What'd Steve Jones say about North Carolina State playing Southern Florida or something like that? He says they'll be taking a knee in the third quarter. You know what? He's probably right.
You can always check out the Steve Jones Show on WKOK weekdays at 3, and you can check out the podcast wherever you get your podcast as well for the Steve Jones Show. And the Braves will do a tight formation. Now, you got to be real careful here. You're at the 5-yard line. You don't want to drift back too far before you get this snap and kneel on it. So the brothers will exchange the football, kneel on it, and end our first half of play. That's right, end of the first half of play. It is Shikellamy 21, Central Columbia 14. This is Braves football on WKOK and on the WKOK Sports YouTube channel.
The Sunbury Motor Company.
Austin Martin, Kia Elite Sales Consultant, Maranatha Christian School.
Amber Wren, Certified Hyundai and Lincoln Sales Consultant, Selinsgrove Area High School.
Ian Chakosky, Certified Ford Sales Professional, Mount Carmel and Shamokin area.
Christopher Stengline, Ford Certified Sales Consultant, Selinsgrove Area High School.
Tom Mertz, fourth generation owner, Sunbury Motor Company, Shikellamy High School.
A tradition of trust since 1915. Your local butcher shop is Northumberland's own Mertz Meats. With their famous homemade smoked bologna, Mertz Meats is a cut above the rest. Find the best in hamburgers and hot dogs, scrapple, hams, smoked cheese, and the perfect cut of steak. Oh, and the bacon. Don't ever forget about the bacon. Simply put, great people with great food. That's Mertz Meats.
You can't beat our meat at Mertz's Meats.
Mertz Meats, Route 147, Susquehanna Trail, Northumberland.
With all the great vehicles out there to drive, Lyle's not always going to be in a Bronco. But when he does want a Bronco, he knows to go to blazealexander.com. With over 20 locations across Pennsylvania and thousands of cars to choose from, blazealexander.com is your one place to shop for both sales and service. So let Lyle help you fetch your next vehicle, only at blazealexander.com.
Now that I'm buying my first home, the folks at Nori Bank have been incredibly helpful. Anytime I have questions, I've got Brenda. She's just a phone call away.
When it comes to my retirement planning, I've got Jared.
I'm ready to open a savings account for my grandson, and I've got Tim.
I've got Robin.
I've got Rose. For all of my banking needs, I've got Nori Bank.
The right people, the right solutions, the right bank. The Northumberland National Bank. Member FDIC and equal housing lender.
Mark and Troy here from Zimmerman Motors. Make This a Summer event is going on now, and we're celebrating with special pricing for everyone.
We have our best new vehicle inventory of the year with more new arriving weekly, and they have been moving fast.
Make This a Summer event is all about the freedom to travel anywhere you want in the most versatile brands in the world.
We have the vehicle for any family adventure.
So come in and see why people have been coming from all over the region to Zimmerman's Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram in Sunbury and experience what we call the Zimmerman difference. Call 570-988-JEEP or visit us online at ZimmermanJeep.com.
Platinum Central PA is opening its 6th location in Hershey, Pennsylvania. Come see us in Carlisle, Mechanicsburg, Harrisburg, Lancaster, Selinsgrove, and now Hershey, PA. Take a test drive and be automatically registered to win a brand new 2022 Mitsubishi Mirage, or visit creditpa.com today and apply for credit. Come on, Central Pennsylvania, you already know. Platinum, baby. We get you done.
State College defeats Williamsport 42-14. It's Loyalsock beating Berks Catholic 34-14. Penns Valley leading Line Mountain 34-13 in the third quarter. And Berwick, at last checks, was leading Southern Columbia 14-0. That game in the third quarter. Tomorrow afternoon, Shenandoah Valley is at Columbia Montour Votech. And tomorrow night on 100.9 The Valley and WVLY.com, it's Shamokin and Lewisburg. We'll take one more timeout before our second half starts. This is Shikellamy Braves football on News Radio 1070 WKOK and on the Sunbury Broadcasting Corporation app and WKOK Sports YouTube channel.
The Sunbury Motor Company.
Austin Martin, Kia Elite Sales Consultant, Maranatha Christian School.
Amber Wren, Certified Hyundai and Lincoln Sales Consultant, Selinsgrove Area High School.
Ian Chikuski, Certified Ford Sales Professional, Mount Carmel and Shamokin area.
Christopher Stengline, Ford Certified Sales Consultant, Selinsgrove Area High School.
Tom Mertz, fourth generation owner, Sunbury Motor Company, Shikellamy High School.
A tradition of trust since 1915. Your local butcher shop is Northumberland's own Mertz Meats. With their famous homemade smoked bologna, Mertz Meats is a cut above the rest. Find the best in hamburgers and hot dogs, scrapple, hams, smoked cheese, and the perfect cut of steak. Oh, and the bacon. Don't ever forget about the bacon. Simply put, great people with great food. That's Mertz Meats.
You can't beat our meat at Mertz's Meats.
Mertz Meats, Route 147, Susquehanna Trail, Northumberland.
Platinum Central PA is opening its 6th location in Hershey, Pennsylvania. Come see us in Carlisle, Mechanicsburg, Harrisburg, Lancaster, Selinsgrove, and now Hershey, PA. Take a test drive and be automatically registered to win a brand new 2022 Mitsubishi Mirage, or visit creditpa.com today and apply for credit. Come on, Central Pennsylvania, you already know. Platinum, baby. We get you.
Now that I'm buying my first home, the folks at Nori Bank have been incredibly helpful. Anytime I have questions, I've got Brenda. She's just a phone call away.
When it comes to my retirement planning, I've got Jared.
I'm ready to open a savings account for my grandson, and I've got Tim.
I've got Robin.
I've got Rose. For all of my banking needs, I've got Nori Bank.
The right people, the right solutions, the right bank. The Northumberland National Bank. Member FDIC and equal housing lender.
at Shikellamy on WKOK Sports YouTube channel, 21-14 in favor of Shikellamy as the Braves were able to stop the Blue Jays from a late drive in the second quarter to hold everything off and make this a 7-point lead here at the half. The big play of the game, and right now the leading candidate for the Shamokin Dam Health Center backbreaker play of the game, is one that had a pretty big run. Let's just say that.
.51 to go here in the second quarter. All time is 7 as the Braves often try to put some points on the board. An 80-yard drive would be very impressive for Origin. They're able to move the ball from time to time. Played up the freshman under center with a wing team formation. Hand it off. And take it out. He's gone.
That's pretty much the difference in the ball game right now, Chief.
Sure is, and and the other thing was the fact that Martin's kickoff return after the touchdown that Central Columbia got to tie at 14-14 set up the third score. All right, and that was an electrifying play too. So we'll see how this thing ends up. We got a lot of time left. 2 full quarters here, baby.
And I do want to correct the score I read incorrectly. It's Mount Carmel leading North Schuylkill 19-10 in the fourth quarter.
Well, you said that.
Did I?
Yeah, you did.
All right.
I'm pretty sure you did.
I don't know.
Because at first I thought that North Schuylkill was winning. But, I remember you said it, because that's a big game for Mount Carmel.
Yeah, that it is. I know I said it right at some point tonight, but
that's just right down 61, all right, for those
Well, that
guys.
used to be one of those backyard rivalry
Well,
games.
it still is.
Yeah.
I mean, so Jersey Shore beat up on Pottsville.
Well, they're in the process of it. I don't think it's a done deal yet.
Is it down at Pottsville?
No, that's up at Thompson Street Stadium. Which, by the way, I'm told is they're working on an overhaul there. Or they're in the process
No,
of
you
it.
heard they were working in overhauls up there. That's what you heard.
No, I don't know about that. Bottom of the 8th inning in Philadelphia, and the Phillies now leading the Pirates by a 7.
Mark and Troy here from Zimmerman Motors. Make This a Summer event is going on now, and we're celebrating with special pricing for everyone.
We have our best new vehicle inventory of the year with more new arriving weekly, and they have been moving fast.
Make This a Summer event is all about the freedom to travel anywhere you want in the most versatile brands in the world.
We have the vehicle for any family adventure.
So come in and see why people have been coming from all over the region to Zimmerman's Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram, and Sunbury and experience what we call the Zimmerman difference. Call 570-988-JEEP or visit us online at ZimmermanJeep.com.
And this, again, we're a little confused because we're not quite sure exactly what's going on, but we're now welcome you back on the WKOK Sports YouTube channel. Braves warming up now to our right as they add the 3 minutes to the clock. Let's see, Mount Carmel now leading North Schuylkill 25-10 in the fourth quarter. Mark Lawrence on the WKOK Sports, or WKOK.com scoreboard tonight, working things, and our producer for this evening as well. Definitely got more than he bargained for this morning, getting in at 5 or 4 o'clock in the morning, and then sticking around for bonus coverage tonight on WKOK and on the WKOK Sports YouTube channel. Thank all of you as well for sticking with us tonight.
What's Mark's show before the On the Mark? It's
Sunrise.
Sunrise.
He did Sunrise,
Sunset.
He's done Sunrise. He's doing sunset, and now he's doing Into the Night.
If we had the moon out, he'd be doing the moonlight too. Don't worry, his lovely bride knows where he's at, as he says.
So 21-14, Shikellamy, who deferred, who won the toss, did not defer. They decided to take the ball, so they'll be kicking away to Central Columbia. That seems like it was ages ago.
It was, Kevin.
It was an entire football game ago.
You could probably shave.
I could have done that at 10 o'clock this morning, not 10 o'clock at night. Sorry, folks. We're just getting a little punchy here tonight. It's been a long night.
We spent an hour and 10 minutes just talking.
Chat with Chief.
Right? Yeah.
Listen, I can tell you right now, there were more people interested in Chat with Chief than anything I've said in the last 3 hours.
I don't know about that, Kev. But it was usually I'm not at a loss for words and that stuff, but once in a while, and I hate when you ramble, when you go from one subject to another, but that's what you got to do in those situations.
Oh yeah, that's. I mean, folks wonder what happens when the mics are off, and that's what we do when the mics are off too. You know, on the road trips.
So we
and
do
everything.
up and back and forth. And
oh my gosh, we cover a lot of stuff.
The only thing that was missing was Kevin, the tire lights on, or Kevin.
Stay on the road.
There's not enough gas to get us home. All right.
I take care of that.
No, but that's what happens every time you get in the vehicle. Remember?
I blame Matt Catrillo.
Well, Matt's got no, he doesn't have wide shoulders, but we're going to say he has wide shoulders. All right.
No. We were good tonight. We were good to go tonight. Mark Lawrence took care of it.
But you only had to come down the hill.
Well, you got to go back up.
That's true. You could have hiked up and hiked back. Man, it's taken a long time to get this third quarter going.
Man, it was a long halftime, too. But here we go. We are ready for the second half of play.
Well, if I were Central, I would definitely attack Shikellamy's pass defense. And
yeah, they've had some success there.
But I'm sure they've done a little bit of chatting at halftime about what they need to do.
Hitting Book in the seam, they missed him once, hit him once other time, and that's been the big play of the ball game for Central Columbia. There's a good kick by Kuntz, who taking it at the 15-yard line. Looks like Book there at the 15 to the 20, 25 outside, spun down at the 27-yard line. And that's where the Blue Jays will take over here, 1st and 10 at the 27-yard line.
Was that Martin did
yes,
make
it was.
that tackle? Wow.
Yes, it was. And I think he actually started to cramp up a little bit. You started to see him grab his calf.
He's go to this side of the ball. He was almost,
he was almost in the central huddle.
It's great if you go over and hear what the play is and then come over and play defense.
He almost made it into the central huddle there. Yeah. Welcome now with two receivers to the near side. Let's see if we go to the passing game for Central. They're going to hand the ball off this time. Shad with the ball, gets across the 35 and is caught by the shoelace to the 36-yard line. It'll be a gain of 6 and second down.
The left side of Central's offensive line opened up a hole. We have somebody down for the Braves now.
And is again. That was one of the things the coaching staff was talking about earlier this week. They were telling all the guys, all the players rather, make sure you hydrate. And of course, this game has just been extra long with the about an hour and 5 minutes, I believe, is what I calculated
and
in the lightning delay.
Another 20 minutes of cramp delays.
Yeah, and 15 minutes of a halftime.
Kevin, to be honest with you, I don't remember guys cramping up that much when I was in high school, and I don't remember it that much even when I was coaching in the 70s and 80s. Well,
I don't remember the 70s and 80s.
Well, did you get the text from Roger? The Seals won 32-0.
Yeah, I was just about ready to finalize that as I just saw it on WKOK's scoreboard. Sealands Grove with a 32-0 win over Bellefonte tonight, making the most of that trip, about an hour or so. Hey, you know what? Everybody got a chance to use the new bridge and avoid the traffic lights in Lewisburg, making that trip from Sealands Grove. Well, at least our crew did. Maybe from Sealands Grove there's a better way to get there than that way. But
is that Turber? 25.
Well, I don't know. Is he back in 25 now?
We don't have a 35.
No.
I don't know.
Second down and about 3 now as they mark it actually to the 37-yard line. There's the handoff, and not a whole lot of room there for Pine.
They're probably going to give him a yard on his forward progress, so it's going to be third, and it looks like a short yard to get a first down.
I had with the about, I think you're right, about 2. It'll be 3rd and 1 now from the 38-yard line. Third quarter just underway for the most part. 21-14, Shikellamy on top, Central Columbia with their first drive, and that is going to be an offside 5-yard penalty against the Blue Jays, and that's about their 4th one tonight.
Yeah, they've
and I don't even know if that's counting the ones on the kickoff that hurt them.
That penalty will back the Blue Jays up 5 yards.
So that'll bring up a 3rd down and 6, as that one will march it back to the 34-yard line.
Which might be to their advantage because, give them a, passing situation.
That's true.
They won't think about running it.
Braves have done a pretty good job against the Central Columbia running game. Key game for both teams to start their season off right after neither one having a good year last year and not making the playoffs. 3rd down and 6. 2 receivers near side. Welcome will roll out to the near side, moving left to right. He will set up, pump. He'll take it himself, spins out of a tackle, and tackled at the 39-yard line. That is very close to a first down.
I think they're going to give it to him.
Good scramble by the 6'2", 190 senior. And that one is spotted with the nose of the football in the 39. And, boy, I'll tell you what, they're going to have to bring in the chains. And I think they might be just no, they're not. They're going to move him. I thought he might be a little bit short, but the angle is a tough angle from where we're at.
Yeah.
Correction, sorry, first down, Central Columbia.
Berwick now leading Southern Columbia 14-7. That game in the 4th quarter now. Blue Jays with a 1st and 10. Ball at the Central Columbia 39-yard line. Long huddle here for the Blue Jays. They'll now on the short side of the field send 2 receivers, including Dylan Gregory to the near side. And the handoff.
Nice cut.
Sean makes a nice cut to the near side, picks up about 3 yards, and there's a late flag.
That was a real nice job by Fernandez to turn that play inside. He beat off his block as the back came towards him and turned him back inside.
I did not see what the flag was right under the pile for holding against the Blue Jays. Wow. That flag flies at the 40-yard line, so they get about a half-yard positive and then 10 on the negative side for a net of 9.5. Negating what was a really good run by Shad.
Well, everything was he just like ran up against the dam there. The Braves did a nice job, and he just kicked it outside. But Hernandez, being the outside backer here, did a great job of shedding off his block and turning him inside so they could get guys from the inside of the defense to get out to help on the tackle.
2nd down and 19 for Central Columbia at the 31-yard line. 9:24 to go here in the quarter. Blue Jays trailing it by 7. First drive of this second half. 1 receiver to the far side, 2 to the near side. Welcome now in the shotgun with a sidecar left. Braves defense shifting around in that 3-5. Welcome now comes out to the near side. Pumps, fires down the middle of the field. He's got a man! Incomplete. It was right in the hands of Nate Smith, and he couldn't hang on. He was wide open.
Again, 3 Braves on the 50-yard line. Altogether, nobody in the seam. Wow.
Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Shikellamy Braves football. You're listening to Shikellamy Braves football on News Radio 1070 WKOK Sunbury and on the WKOK Sports YouTube channel. 2nd down and 19.
They have a tape of you that does that, don't they? You sounded like you were right next to me doing it.
I sometimes. 4 receivers in the pattern this time on a 2nd down and long. 2nd and 19.
They have nobody deep. Nobody deep.
Welcome takes a direct snap. He'll run up, step up, pump, lob one out, incomplete. Intended for Dylan Gregory, but flies out of bounds at about the 40-yard line. It'll bring up 3rd down and 19.
The last two times, the Central Columbia offensive line's done a nice job of picking up the people that have been blitzing for the Braves. I wouldn't be such a hurry to blitz, especially when you're not getting everybody covered on your pass defense.
They did get pressure in the early in the first half. The Braves were able to get some pressure on Welcome, but they have not been able to do a whole lot here as of late. Ball in the near hash mark. 4 receivers, 2 to the wide side, 2 to the near side. Shotgun sidecar right. Direct snap to Welcome. 3 steps back, pumps, fires it downfield. Got a man wide open for the first down and more. Eli Buck makes the catch, and they'll spot it out of bounds at the 35-yard line.
Wow. Kevin, he does not have to pinpoint passes. The guys are wide open on that.
Actually, they'll say he stepped out a little earlier at the 42-yard line, which will make it a 28-yard reception.
Well, they're on the Braves' 42-yard line on the left hash here, 1st and 10.
Best drive of the night for the Blue Jays with 8:35 remaining. Here's the handoff, left side Shad. Shad will come across the 40. And he'll be spun down short of the 35-yard line.
That time he ran with some authority. He ran over some people. They had him stopped at the line of scrimmage, and he just put that shoulder down and picked up 5 yards.
That'll be a 5-yard gain, 2nd down and 5 at the 37-yard line of Shikellamy. Braves defense has been out on the field a lot in this late second quarter and early third quarter. Clock winding under 8 minutes ago, and this is the opening drive of the second half. 2 receivers to the near side, and again, an offside penalty against the Blue Jays. Somebody lining up offside, I believe. Looked like it might have been the far side tackle.
They called delay a game. That didn't seem like 40 seconds.
No, I don't think that was delay a game because it came from the side official, and I would think it would be the back one that would have the clock.
Because the side official pointed to somebody also.
No, maybe then.
No, he pointed to to the person that was lined up. You're right.
Play fake coming to the near side is Welcome. Pressure from the backside, rolls out of it, gets to the 40-yard line, and is met right there by Ethan Turber, and Turber will stop him for a gain of 6.
And again, everybody on the defense got to the ball, but again, nice job by the quarterback to get the corner and pick up positive yardage.
Final from Philadelphia: the Phillies win another one. They're 5th. They've won 5 this week now with a 7-4 win over the Pirates after a 4-game sweep of the Reds. 3rd down and 5 from the Shikellamy 37-yard line. Welcome now with 4 receivers in a spread formation in the near hash mark. He'll take the direct snap. 3-step drop, 3-man rush. Rolling out to the near side. Pass is incomplete. I think he was out of bounds. He is out of bounds. Intended for Gregory, who did catch it, but he made the reception out of bounds, and it is incomplete. That'll bring up 4th down and decision time for the Blue Jays. So now Coach Smith will have to say, okay, do I want to punt and put Shikellamy back deep, or do I take a chance? Well, he brings in Shad with the play.
They're going to go for it, Kevin. I mean, they've showed that they're capable of getting that much yardage.
Both teams with all 3 timeouts here in the second half rather. They'll send 1 receiver to the far side. That's Hoffman. 2, make that 2 to the far side, including Hoffman. 2 to the near side. Shotgun formation. Braves showing blitz from the middle linebacker position. They bring the pressure, and they won't get him! For a sack, and the ball is loose. And the Braves may have recovered it at the 42-yard line, and they do.
Cooper Rouse, all right, with the fumble recovery. Big number 73.
Big turnover for the Braves on that 4th down. The sack and the recovery.
Well, the Blue Jays used up 5 minutes and 15 seconds of this quarter, Kevin.
Yeah, but the big problem, though, if you're a Central fan, is they didn't get any points on the board.
Exactly.
That's a long drive to just make it to basically midfield and kind of have trouble with offside penalties that really stalled that drive out. First and 10 at the Shikellamy 42-yard line. Braves offense coming out onto the field. It'll be Brody Raybuck, the freshman, the 5'11", 192 freshman, under center. He'll have two backs behind him in Schaefer Knights and Fernandez. Wing to the far side, wing T formation, true. Coming to the near side is the wing. Handoff, Schaefer Knights makes a man miss, still on his feet again. Spins off another tackle at the 45-yard line. Still on his feet and gets down inside the 45 to the 47-yard line. Wow. He was met 4 times before Cole Hummer finally brought him down after a 6-yard gain.
Well, that's Isaac Schaefer Knights versus the world, Kevin. He really didn't get any blocking. It was all pure power on his part. Low center of gravity, keeps those shoulders down, and keeps the legs underneath him.
Heading over to the far side of the field for the Braves is Matt Schaefer. Also over there, big number 11, Lucas Wetzel, has a defensive touchdown tonight. Raybuck gets the direct snap. He's going to run. It was a quarterback draw from the very moment. Did not get a huge push off the right side. Raybuck will come up with a gain of 1. It'll be 3rd down and 4 for the Braves with 4:40, make that 5:44 and counting to go here in the third quarter.
Good. It'd be interesting to see what the Braves do here. You know that if they show any sign of pass, that Central's going to bring people, and the Braves have not been able to contain that rush and the blitzes. But,
well, did you notice one thing though here late in the second quarter? And now in the third quarter, the Braves have kind of gone more to a traditional wing team.
Oh yeah,
setup.
they're not running much of a spread offense where they're passing the ball either.
And now it is a wishbone formation, and the Braves may have to take a timeout. Yeah, that was a little. They had trouble with the formation, and that delayed everything. So the Braves use a timeout, one of their 3 timeouts here in this second half with 5:05 remaining in the third quarter. Shikellamy leading it 21-14.
Yeah, Coach Kaiser's not real happy.
He doesn't like taking timeouts.
No, and it seemed like the 3 backs in the backfield were trying to figure out where they were supposed to line up, or there was a lot of confusion that time. So, again, it's a timeout that needed to be taken.
Third quarter score, Mifflinburg leading Midwest 48-0 now. Fourth quarter score for Mount Carmel leading North Schuylkill 25-17. A final now, Selinsgrove 32, Bellefonte nothing. You know, when this night started, Selinsgrove and Bellefonte were in a weather delay. We thought they were going to be the late ones getting back. We may be the late ones getting back here tonight from just down over the hill. 5:05 remaining here in the third quarter. And Shikellamy with a 21-14 lead, but it has been an entertaining long game tonight. 3rd down and 4 for the Braves. They'll send 3 receivers to the far side, put Raybuck in the shotgun, and bring Schaefer Knights to his left. 1 receiver to the near side. And, well, it doesn't matter because Raybuck's looking to the right side. He's rolling out. He's firing, and it is incomplete. Pass was intended for Schaefer, but kind of threw it into the ground. Pressure coming from the backside there by Cole Hummer.
Well, that was the case where defensive linemen put the pressure on. There wasn't a blitz, all right, so the blocking broke down at the line of scrimmage.
So that'll be 4th down and 4. And we'll see what the Braves decide to do here.
Are they going to punt?
It looks like it will be a punting situation. And back deep for the Blue Jays will be Nate Smith. Raybuck will be back at his own 37-yard line. He'll get the low snap, angle it to the right, line drive kick, taking it about the 12-yard line, and Smith will go up the left side to the 30, to the 40, and slapped out of bounds short of the 45-yard line, and a flag back at the 37, 38-yard line.
That, you know, Raybuck made the tackle. The punter made the tackle.
Quick fourth quarter update for you, Chief. Southern Columbia 15, Berwick 14.
Well, Southern always has
second half adjustments.
Yep, exactly.
So the penalty is against the Blue Jays. Illegal use of the hands on the return, or a block in the back. Could have been a block in the back. Block in the back is what I think it is.
And another Brave down with
on the far,
cramps.
yeah, on the far side of the field this time.
Has Luke Snyder been playing?
I saw him a couple of times on defense, but yeah, he's on the defense right now.
Okay.
I hadn't seen him on offense, so that doesn't mean he wasn't there. Now that good return to about the 45-yard line now goes all the way back to the 27-yard line, and the Blue Jays penalties just have been disastrous tonight.
Sure have.
They have made up for the 3 turnovers the Braves have had tonight.
This is like our 5th or 6th cramp break.
4:50 remaining in this one, 21-14. That's why I brought a big bottle of water. I stayed hydrated.
If you get a cramp up here, we're not going to stop the game.
Yeah, how come that doesn't happen? I've had a voice cramp most of the night. Ask anybody listening or watching for that matter. 5:40 to make that 4:50 to go here in the third quarter. Shikellamy leading at 21-14. Blue Jays with their second drive of the second half. Now they'll allow the water to come in, or the hydration team. That sounds better.
It does. It sounds better than the managers.
Yeah. The hydration team has now come in for both teams. Reminder, too, that coming up tomorrow, the Lewisburg Green Dragons open up the season with Shamokin on 100.9 The Valley and WVLY.com. That should be a very entertaining game. Greg Wetzel and Justin Michaels on the call on 100.9 The Valley.
I would think that, Shamokin has a pretty solid football team again. And they've got their quarterback back. And now why can't I remember his name?
I'd help you out, but I drew a blank myself. So.
Yeah.
You and I are really good partners, aren't we?
That's for sure.
I can remember things that happened 10 years ago, but I can't remember things that happened yesterday. It'll be 1st down and 10 when we are able to resume here at the Central Columbia 28-yard line. Again, I think unless something drastically changes, we have a pretty good pick for the Shamokin Dam Health Center backbreaker play of the game. We'll have that play for you in the postgame on WKOK.
Is that Lucas Wetzel? Is it 11?
I could not see who it. Yeah, actually it is. You are absolutely correct. I could not see it, but I do now. So Wetzel, who actually scored on a defensive recovery in the end zone. Coming up on Thursday here on WKOK, Penn State Nittany Lions football. Steve Jones, Jack Ham will have the call. And the best thing to do if you're going to watch the game is have Alexa learn the skill, the WKOK skill. You go to WKOK.com/Alexa, find out about it, then get it downloaded. She can play WKOK for you. You can listen to Steve and Jack. Hit pause on your TV, wait for kickoff, hit play, so it matches up with the audio. Best of both worlds. Off the left-hand side, the run, and it goes nowhere.
Exactly.
Piat that were the ball carrier, and he was the ball carrier, and he got a -2.
I believe Shamokin's quarterback is Nye, N-Y-E.
I think you're correct.
I'd like to say Steve Nye, the science guy, but it's not. I don't
Bill.
think it's Bill. But I think
Steve's his brother.
No, Steve's the quarterback at Shamokin.
Steve Nye, the science guy, is his brother. Steve Nye, the mathematician. Bill Nye's the science guy.
It's 2nd and 11 here, Kevin.
Getting a little punchy.
Yes.
Man in motion to the near side. Here
pitch.
comes the pitch. It goes to Schott, and Schott goes nowhere. He is immediately dropped for a loss of about 3 by Ethan Turber.
He is a sure tackler, just as his brother is, Kevin. I mean, now he's limping.
So it'll be 3rd down and a little deeper.
I think what happened to Ethan, he got stepped on. You know, you got to walk that one off.
So it'll be 3rd down and 14 at the Central Columbia 26-yard line with 3:30 to go here in the third quarter. Shikellamy leading at 21-14.
You know, we think it's been a long game. How about those kids on the field?
Yeah, I was going to say, imagine playing that. When you started that sentence, I thought that. Welcome back to pass. Rolling out to the far side. Has some grass in front of him. He's going to take it to the 30. He gets bounced outside and then bulls his way to the 32-yard line as he tries to run over Matt Schaefer. So it will be a gain of maybe 8 or 9, but still bring up a 4th down and 6.
Yeah, Kevin, I still feel the Braves need another score.
I don't disagree with that. I mean, Central Columbia, if they get to the edge, has some – well, if they go back and hit that seam pattern again and the Braves are not able to make the adjustment, that can change the complexion of this game.
So if you are punting or kicking to the Braves on a punt or a kickoff, do you punt it to the guy?
I do not. I do not punt it anywhere near Morgan. But they're going to go right at him. It's going to hit at the 40. He will let it roll, and it rolls past the 35 and dies at the 33-yard line. You know what? That's not a bad option either. Just make it so he can't return it. Because I'll tell you, Shikellamy has some of the most athletic return men you're going to see, and they have been close to breaking them on kickoffs here tonight a few times. 3 minutes remaining here in the third quarter. Shikellamy leading at 21-14, and at the ball at the 33-yard line of Shikellamy. So the Braves now will huddle up with Coach Leiby. And they spot the ball, but they're going to have to hustle out there. I think they got a little bit slow on getting everybody out there from getting a drink or two. So they're going to break the huddle and go right to the line of scrimmage. Watching the back judge, remember we don't have a play clock here tonight. And have not seen the hand go up yet, so we're not down below 10.
As soon as the Braves got out there, he blew the whistle, so now the time starts.
Raybuck under center. Backs are split in the wing T. Schaefer in the far side moving now. Handoff, second back through. And I'll tell you what, I'm guessing it was Schaefer Knights by the way he ran it. Because it was. Because he ran into a sea of white jerseys and silver helmets and still picked up 3 yards. That's how I kind of knew it was him. Not that anybody else couldn't do that, but he's been doing that all game. I'll bring up 2nd down and 7 now for the Braves.
If you're Central Columbia, it seems the Braves are, they're trying to run the ball, and you play the run until 3rd down, then you play the pass.
2nd down and 7 at the Shikellamy 36-yard line. Double wing formation. Now they're going to put Schaefer in the backfield.
Fumble.
And the ball is loose, and picking it up is going to be Raybuck. Raybuck put a stiff arm down, and he got upended at the 29-yard line. He was brought down that time by Book. That was the first Raybuck to Raybuck snap that was bad.
Yeah.
I know, not bad, but mishandled. I'll put it that way.
Well, he didn't come away from the center clean, all right? So that was not a good play for the Braves. That puts him in third down and 13 yards here.
3rd down and 13 indeed from their own 30-yard line. Actually, the 29-yard line is where they'll spot it. So Matt Schaefer will come out. And it'll be Miguel Pagan to the near side. 3 receivers to the far side. Raybuck in a passing situation. Central Columbia showing the blitz from the short side and the outside. They bring 2, and Raybuck had no chance. Had him coming from both ends, and Book comes in and going to correct that. It's going to be Snavely that comes in from the outside linebacker spot to make the play.
Braves they just can't throw the ball.
There was absolutely no time there. The pressure came from both outside linebackers and then up the middle. So after another loss on the play, that will bring it back to the 20-yard line, a loss of 10. That'll bring up a 4th down and 4th down and 22 punting situation with 37 seconds to go here in the third quarter. Here's the snap. And the boot by Raybuck hits at the 45 to the central 45. And then Book will pick it up at the 46. Or make that the 44. He'll get past the 50-yard line and get to the 44-yard line of Shikellamy. And with 21 seconds to go in the third quarter, they'll have the ball in Braves territory.
Luke Snyder in on the tackle. Well, good field position for the Blue Jays. They're on the Braves 46. 21 seconds to go here in this quarter. Kevin, is it me or does everything seem to be in slow motion out in that field right now?
A little bit. Well, I think everybody's kind of like dragging a little bit in the heat and the long game. This game started at 7 o'clock, and this is longer than a televised Penn State game.
Oh, I would say very similar to a baseball game.
No, that ended early. And they scored a lot of runs. Two receivers to the far side. Under center is Welcome. He will take a 5-step drop, step up. Now go to the outside. Looking. Now he's going to have to run, and he will be sacked. Dropped at the 49-yard line. And on the sack for the Braves, Derek Turber.
They just did a nice job of stringing that out. They never gave the quarterback a chance to get the corner. All right, and when he got over in that end, he just got bottled up. There was nobody. Good.
With all the great vehicles out there to drive, Lyle's not always going to be in a Bronco. But when he does want a Bronco, he knows to go to blazealexander.com. With over 20 locations across Pennsylvania and thousands of cars to choose from, blazealexander.com is your one place to shop for both sales and service. So let Lyle help you fetch your next vehicle, only at blazealexander.com.
Your local butcher shop is Northumberland's own Mertz Meats. With their famous homemade smoked bologna, Mertz Meats is a cut above the rest. Find the best in hamburgers and hot dogs, scrapple, hams, smoked cheese, and the perfect cut of steak. Oh, and the bacon. Don't ever forget about the bacon. Simply put, great people with great food. That's Mertz Meats.
You can't beat our meat at Mertz's Meats.
Mertz Meats, Route 147, Susquehanna Trail, Northumberland.
Blue Jays will have the ball with a second down and 13. Shikellamy leading at 21-14 here at Shikellamy Stadium tonight. Welcome now will go under center. He'll have one back behind him at Shad. One receiver in both directions and one really far off the ball from the far side. Rolling out to that far side is Welcome. He will throw an incomplete pass intended for Alex Roberts, the tight end, and Roberts dropped it. But it's probably the best thing because he was going to be dropped for a loss of 2.
Yeah, good job by the Braves to force that pass to come a little bit early. And again, Turber on that side, just being a pain in Central Columbia's offensive side.
Third down and 13. Update on the fourth quarter: Mount Carmel leading North Schuylkill 25-17. Danville shutting out Bloomsburg 58-0. Get you an update. Mount Carmel, North Schuylkill. Mount Carmel 25, North Schuylkill 17 the fourth quarter. I'm looking for another update. We don't have it right now, so we'll get back to play with Welcome in the shotgun. He'll back up. Take a 3-step drop. Pressure's coming. Rolls out to the far side. Makes a man miss. Across the 40. Got the first down to the 35-yard line. A gain of 15 all by his lonesome.
Should have been tackled at the line of scrimmage.
Twice.
Quarterback, the defender ducked his head, and when he did, the quarterback went right by him.
Mifflin County dumps off Central Mountain 14-7. That'll be the next opponent for the Braves, Mifflin County, for their second straight home game. Montoursville a 21-14 winner over Wellsboro. And those are some of the finals just in to WKOK.com. First and 10 from the Blue Jay 30. Make that the Shikellamy 35. Shot breaks a tackle on the outside of the 30, down the sidelines, and will get inside the red zone. They'll spot him out of bounds at the 18-yard line. A gain of 17.
Just good running by Shad. He got some room and cut it outside, and then he just ran away from people. That boy's got some speed, Kevin.
Chief, earlier tonight you said you were not comfortable with a 7-point lead, and I think you're seeing exactly why.
Oh, yeah.
You're seeing exactly why right now. First and 10 at the Shikellamy 18-yard line. Welcome under center. And a handoff goes to the left side, and boy, I'll tell you what, there's a lot of jerseys there, a lot of blue jerseys there all over Piat there, and he goes nowhere. Maybe a half a yard. No, they actually gave him 2 yards, and I think that was generous.
I think I'd say a yard, Kevin.
Second down, and we'll call it 9 with 10:45 to go and a 7-point Shikellamy lead. Braves looking to try and go 1-0 for the first time and short of forever. Under center is Welcome. He has one back behind him. That's going to be Gombert. And again, flags fly.
That might be too much time.
Yeah, that was from the back judge, and It appears to be a delay of game. So that'll march it 5 yards in the opposite direction. That'll bring up a second down and 16 now.
No, 13. What'd you say? See the markers?
Yeah, because I can't. Well, I added wrong. That shouldn't shock you at all. Mifflinburg, a 54-0 winner over Midwest tonight. That game now a final. Also a final, Danville 58, Bloomsburg 0. Shotgun formation for Welcome. Back to pass with a 3-step drop from the shotgun. Fires it down. He's got a man. Overthrew him in the end zone, and he had a man open there. And that was Nate Smith, the senior.
They were in man-to-man coverage, and he beat Turber on that one.
That's not easy to do.
No.
That'll bring up third down and long. 3rd and 14 at the Shikellamy 17-yard line. This is no doubt 4-down territory with 10 minutes to go in this one.
The Braves really only rushed 3 people that time, Kevin, the 3 down linemen.
And Central Columbia will now take a timeout. That's their first timeout of the ball game. Well, this will give us an opportunity to run through the scores as we have them right now from our WKOK.com high school football scoreboard. Mount Carmel leading North Schuylkill 25-17, that in the 4th. We'll try and get you an update on Milton South Williamsport. Last we heard there, it was 21-0 in the 3rd quarter. I'm pretty sure that game started late. Muncie was leading Warrior Run 56-6 at last check. We'll try and get you an update on Hughesville Montgomery. That was a 9-0 Hughesville lead at the half. That's the last we have there. Jersey Shore was rolling over Pottsville in the first half. Looking for an update on that one. Penns Valley leading Line Mountain 41-13 4th quarter, and Southern Columbia 21, Berwick 14, that one in the 4th quarter as well. 10:02 remaining here in this one in the 4th quarter, and Shikellamy with a 21-14 lead. They have done it with 2 touchdowns from Isaac Schaefer-Knights, 80 yards and a 5-yard touchdown with 3:22 to go in the 2nd quarter. They have stopped Central Columbia right before the half in the red zone. They are just outside the red zone now with a 3rd and 14. Shotgun formation, rolling out is Welcome. Rolling out, firing, and it is incomplete. It'll bring up a 4th down. Pass intended again for Nate Smith, but a little bit low again.
Yeah, he looked to be open. I mean, I didn't see there was anybody around him, but he had to come back for the ball and he fell. But again, the quarterback had enough time to get rid of the ball.
4th down and 14 at the 22-yard line. This could be the ball game right here, Chief.
Well, there's
a lot of time left, but you don't know how many opportunities you're going to get.
And the Braves have done nothing offensively, Kevin, this entire second half.
It has been a little stalled. Welcome with a shotgun formation. Sidecar to the right is Shad. Direct snap to Welcome. Looking. Pressure from the outside. Steps up front. He will be dragged down and dropped for a sack. And a big tackle that time by Luke Snyder will give the Braves another turnover on downs.
Well, that was Luke's job in that defense, Kevin. He was in the middle there.
He was the spy.
He was the spy. Whenever where the quarterback went, he went, and he got him around the waist and drug him down.
So now the Braves offense will try and run the clock out on this one and take the air out of the football. 9:49 to go. Loads of time. Both teams with 2 timeouts, and Shikellamy with a 7-point lead.
There's a lot of time left, Kevin, and the Braves haven't been using up the clock very much on offense.
Well, now the question is, if you're the Central Columbia defense, do you sell out to stop the run?
They've been doing a good job. I mean, you take away that long run by Knights, and that was kind of a freaky thing, too, because he bounced it outside.
With the pressure they've been putting on, you wonder if a screen or a draw right now would be successful. Raybuck now with the snap. He will pitch it and find Morgan. Morgan tries to get to the corner. He is drugged down at the line of scrimmage, and a nice open field tackle by the Blue Jays, number 2, Landon Dietrich.
See, that's the offensive line doesn't get a surge off of that ball. It's basically a sweep, and they just keep stretching it out. Nobody seems to be blocking, okay? And I'm talking about sealing that corner.
2nd down and 8. Raybuck now under center with a wing T formation. And they will hand it off. Schaefer Knights cuts through the middle to the 30-yard line.
Ball's out.
I was going to say, I didn't know if he was down or not, but he did get back on the football. So they'll give him 8 yards.
That's a nice run.
And a 3rd down and about 2 for Shikellamy. And they'll quickly go to the line of scrimmage.
He did a nice job coming off the right tackle. He saw the seam to the left and cut through it and picked up good yardage.
Clock winding with 8:33 remaining in this one. Braves have plenty of time, but I think they changed the play at the line.
You got to get set, guys.
Now they're not quite set. Now everybody's set. Now they're going to move Morgan in motion, and the handoff goes to Schaefer Knights. And
nowhere.
Yeah, Morgan was the guy in motion that was supposed to be the lead block, and I think he got there late. He loses a yard. Schaefer Knights back to the 30-yard line. This will bring up a 4th down and 4. And again, the Braves are going to look to punt this one away and hope the defense can bend but not break for a 3rd series now.
That play right from the beginning looked disastrous, didn't it? I mean, nobody seemed to know what they were doing. They were running around, quarterback under center, then not under center, then under center, and people just weren't getting set. Do they have enough people on the field to punt?
Yeah, I don't know. They may have to use another timeout here. Looks like they have one too many on there. They're going to get him off the field just in time. Will they get the snap away? They got, just away. And there's a good kick. Taken and bobbled, but recovered then by Book. And Book will get to the outside from the 40 to the 45-yard line. But for a minute there, Book almost gave that one up. 5-yard return. And Central Columbia will have the ball at the Shikellamy 45-yard line.
Yeah, Jaden Packer in on that tackle on the punt for Shikellamy.
I just had a thought in my head. We've had everything else tonight. The only thing we're missing is overtime. 21-14. Really?
Sit on that thought, will you, Kevin?
21-14 with 7:26 to go here in regulation. 2 receivers each direction, and the official from the near side says timeout, Shikellamy. And I think the Braves were missing some players.
Yeah, they are.
So they are missing some players with 7:26 to go. They have to take a timeout. They'll have one more.
They have 10 players, and they need another one.
They'll have one more timeout remaining. So let's run down. Let's take another update, see if we can get you a few more finals here from WKOK.com and our scoreboard tonight. Again, thanks for everybody for sticking with us tonight here on WKOK and on the WKOK Sports YouTube channel. We really appreciate that. It's been a long night for the players, coaches, and for everybody involved, and the fans have stuck around too. And you know what? It's been an entertaining game, especially with the score the way it is right now. Finals now from tonight. Mount Carmel 25, North Schuylkill 17. Hughesville shuts out Montgomery 42-0. Danville 58 and Bloomsburg 0. Jersey Shore 55, Pottsville 12, Mifflinburg 54, Midwest 0. We'll give you some more finals here in a moment. Welcome in the shotgun now on 1st and 10. He'll hand the ball off. Shad will get to the outside, turn the corner, down to the first down marker, and he'll get it. They'll spot him right, actually a yard short of that, to the 46-yard line.
You don't stop him at the line of scrimmage. He gets around you.
He'll find a way.
He picks up yardage, and that time there was one brave, and he did not make the tackle. Nobody was there to help him.
Couple of other finals. Mifflin County defeats Central Mountain 14-7. Montoursville 21, Wellsboro 14. Second down and 2, and the handoff right stacked up at the line of scrimmage and going down is Gombert. I think that might be the sophomore's first carry of the night.
No, he had one. Remember, he had one in the first quarter.
Okay.
We were talking about it.
Yes, I do remember that now. He'll come up about a half a yard, 3rd down and 1. Other finals tonight, State College 42, Williamsport 14, Loyalsock 34, Berks Catholic 14, Penns Valley 41, Line Mountain 13, and Berwick trailing Southern Columbia now 33-21. Southern Columbia on top after dropping a 14-point spot to Berwick.
Kevin, they didn't get the first down on that play.
They did not.
Down.
No.
Wow.
They are short of the 45-yard line, so it'll be 3rd down. They'll go with a double tight Mount Carmel-esque line. And rolling out is Welcome. And he dropped from behind.
He didn't get it.
He did not get it as Derek Turber brings him down for a loss of 2.
Get up, Derek.
And again, he is slow to get up.
You're not getting
in a push-up position. That'll bring up a 4th down and a timeout with 6:14 remaining.
That's 25, Kevin.
Yep, that would be the Derek Turber Ortiz, the 5'11", 201-pound sophomore. And it's again a leg cramp. That's one thing I'll say is Central Columbia has done a nice job at avoiding
not
that.
getting cramps. Yes.
But again, I was going to say earlier this week, the coaching staff for Shikellamy kept reminding the players, stay hydrated, stay hydrated, stay hydrated. And of course, I'm sure they did that during the hour and 5-minute lightning delay as well. But this has been a very, very long game, and it's not hard to cramp up in a game like this when you lose a lot of electrolytes.
So do you go for this, Kevin?
I think you have to right now with 6:14 to go. Your defense has played well. I think you do have to take a chance here and go for this one. But again, your defense has played well and could get you the ball back.
Yeah. I mean, Shicklamy's been 3 and out just about every play, every
I mean,
time.
the only other way you could look at it is punt the ball, pin them deep, and then get a 3 and out, and maybe, end up basically with the ball in the same spot.
Get better field position.
Maybe a little bit better field position, but I don't know if it's worth that kind of risk, especially when you've got a Schaefer Knights in the backfield who could break one at any time and end the game.
If I were Central, I'd throw the ball.
Well, it appears as though they are going to go for it. So Shad will be the running back, and Welcome in the shotgun. Shad to the right-hand side. Checking in now is Nate Bradigan for Shikellamy.
He's got to come in and fill in for Turber.
Yep, he'll come up front. 4th down and about 2 from the 47. Back to pass, Welcome. Sets up, fires it, complete to Shad. Shad spins off a tackle at the 40 and gets down to the 38-yard line and out of bounds to stop the clock.
you fire the linebacker on that side, and that leaves the spot where Shad caught that pass wide open.
That'll be a 9-yard gain. And that'll be a 1st and 10 with 6:07 remaining in this one. Shikellamy leading it 21-14.
The ball on Shikellamy's 30, what do you say, 38, Kevin?
38-yard line is correct.
On the right hash.
Going to the far side is Gregory, the wide receiver. In the slot to the far side, joining him there is Book. They've tried to get him in the seam a couple of times tonight. Welcome, play fake, looking down the seam, nothing there. He's going to roll out, and he is dragged down at the line of scrimmage, maybe a gain of 1, as it was read very well by Luke Snyder.
Yeah, nice job of Luke to get outside and make that tackle.
2nd down and 10, and the ball still spotted at the 38-yard line. Blue Jays trying to get something going here offensively, trailing it 21-14, clock winding with 5:30 to go. Central Columbia still with 2 timeouts remaining in this one. Welcome in the shotgun, calls for the ball with a direct snap, back to pass on a 3-step drop, fires on a jump pass. Was that caught? No, it was not. Incomplete by Smith. He trapped it. And that makes it a 3rd down and 10 for Central Columbia at the 38-yard line of Shikellamy. Well, this game's had it all tonight, hasn't it?
Yes, sure has, Kevin. And the thing is, again, the Braves have to stop them 4 times. Because they're just going to keep trying to make that 1st down. And again, their passing game, I'm not surprised they don't pass. Well, they've been trying to pass all the time here. They haven't been able to. One thing is, Welcome is underthrown or overthrown a lot of his receivers tonight. He's had open receivers. He rolls out to the near side. Welcome under pressure, fires it. He's going to throw that one out of bounds. Pass intended for number 15, Eli Book, and that'll bring up a 4th down and 10. And a Central player down briefly, and now he's back up and ready to go. Looked like it was number 1.
It was Gregory.
Yeah.
So the sideline play comes in with the NASCAR logo on the card from the sidelines as they sign in some of the plays. Or maybe it's a distraction. We don't know. Could be nothing.
I don't know, but you saw I can't even tell what was on that card. You saw it was the NASCAR.
It looked like it, and I figured it was far enough away on WKOK Sports on YouTube. You couldn't see it either, if I was wrong, I'd be okay.
You could have said it. Well, they're going to punt.
They are going to punt. And it's going to be a Poochie-style punt to about the 15 and rolls out of bounds at the 11-12-yard line.
So I could have said it was the Disney sign, and everybody would have said it.
Yeah, I don't think it would have shown up, and we would have been okay.
Well, if the Braves ever needed to get a 1st down,
yes,
Kevin, it would be now.
The Braves are 2 1st downs from an opening night win.
Yeah.
2 1st downs from an opening night win. And the Braves have not had an opening night win in a long, long time. At least it feels that way. I can't quite remember when it would be.
I don't remember since I came back after Coach Hort retired.
Might go back to 2016. If I was smart, I would have that record right in front of me and I'd be able to look it up. But
well, you said it right. If you were smart.
If I was smart and better at my job, The Braves now come out with 5:04 to go in this one, leading at 21-14. 1st and 10 from their own 11-yard line. Right now, the big thing is 1st downs and no mistakes. Braves have turned the ball over 3 times. Raybuck now under center. He will hand it off. Looking for running room on the near side is Schaefer Knights. Schaefer Knights got to the 20, almost the 20, to the 19-yard line, and that is short of a 1st down, gain of 8.
I don't think Lucas.
Oh, correction, that is Hernandez on the carry, yes.
Lucas Wetzel hasn't been in the game since he had that leg cramp. He hasn't played defense.
No,
I haven't seen him at all.
He has not. He has been working on the little rocker a lot. Fernandez with the run there for the Braves. And an 8-yard run and a good one. 2nd down and 2 at the 19-yard line. Raybuck under center with a wishbone formation. They're going to go to the first back through, and another good run by Schaefer Knight's got first down number 1.
That helps.
Sure does at the 26-yard line. 4:14 to go as the clock stops with the movement of the chains.
Nothing fancy, Kevin. The first time was almost like I used to call them like an inside sweep where you try to go around the right, but you cut it up right off the one hole. This time it was right up the middle with Knights, and he picked up the first down plus.
Raybuck now under center. Can't imagine that they're going to throw the ball here. They have been running and running and running. So there is all but 3 in the box and an offsides against the Braves.
Yeah, geez.
That's a hurt one. The Braves have not been penalized a lot tonight, but that one hurts.
But this is the first time that this has happened. We talked about it at the beginning of the game that last year so many times the Braves have 1st and 10 and they end up doing this and end up 1st and 15.
Last update we saw from Muncie. Muncie led Warrior Run 56-6. Milton 28. South Williamsport nothing. That one surprises me a little bit. I thought South Williamsport would hang with them. I thought that might be a good one. You know, that one very much could have been our Blaise Alexander Ford tough game of the week. Right now, this is our Blaise Alexander Ford tough game of the week. And off the left side, not much running room there at all.
Still on his feet.
But Schaefer Knights goes nowhere. Blaise Alexander Ford, where it's worth the drive to Route 45, sponsor of our Blaise Alexander Ford Tough Game of the Week. And we'll have another one of those for you next Friday night. But right now, I would have said Southern Columbia and Berwick, but I think this one might be a qualifier for that one. Clock winding with 2:50 remaining in this one. 2 timeouts remaining for Central Columbia. We'll see if they use one here after this play. 2nd down and long. 2nd and 16 from the 20. Direct snap. It's going to be a shovel pass now to Morgan. And Morgan gets away from a tackler. Gets away from another one at the 20 to the 25, and he's gotten back to the original line of scrimmage. A shifty gain of 4 and a timeout by Central Columbia with 2:24 remaining, and Central Columbia will take their second to last timeout.
Kevin, he made that all on his own. Chase with a lot of sidestepping and some quick moves and his speed. That's probably the longest anybody ever ran for 5 or 6 yards.
for very short yardage, that's for sure. Don't forget, next week we're on the road to Mifflin County, to the Cathedral on the Hill, or the...
is the football field up there, Kevin?
I believe it's to the right, if I remember correctly. We're in the front of the parking area. I can't remember. But that's where the high school is, and there's these big Greek columns in the front. So kind of looks like the Coliseum on the hill.
Are they Ionic? Are they Ionic or Corinthian? Or
I don't know. It looked Corinthian to me, but
or Dorian?
I don't think they were Dorian. I'm going to go with Corinthian, but maybe we'll take a picture of it and put it on Facebook for next week, and everybody can decide on their own.
Boy, that's going back to 7th grade or 8th grade history.
You can catch that game on WKOK, WKOK.com, beginning at 6:30 next Friday night, and just before kickoff on WKOK Sports YouTube channel. 3rd down and 10. Raybuck will be under center here with 2:24 remaining in a 7-point Shikellamy lead. He rolls out. It's going to be a handoff inside and a nice run across the 30 to the 31-yard line for Matt Schaefer.
Picked up 5 yards.
Yep, it will be a 4th down and 5, and I thought maybe Central would use their timeout here, but the Braves are likely going to run this one down as far as they can and then punt this one away.
See how that penalty hurt them, Kevin?
Absolutely.
They would have a first down if they wouldn't have lost that 5 yards.
Book to the far side, Smith to the near side, getting ready to return this punt. This could be the big play of the game and could end up being our Shamokin Dam Health Center backbreaker play of the game. Good snap. The kick is a short one, and it's over to the side. He shanked it, and it hits out of bounds. It becomes about a 5-yard punt to the 37-yard line, and that's where Central Columbia will take over with 1:31 to go and 1 timeout left.
Well, that gives the Blue Jays a lot of life here, Kevin.
That was the first punt that just didn't come off the foot of Raybuck correctly.
I thought he almost hit the personal protector. The personal protector on that side was right on him.
That ball went straight up the chute and out to the side.
Yep.
Ball at the Shikellamy 37-yard line with 1:34 to go. 2 to the far side, 2 to the near side. Welcome in the shotgun with a sidecar to the right. That's Shad. And a timeout. And again, I think the Braves were short some players. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I think they were short a player at least.
53 just walked on the field.
So it'll be a 1st and 10. Central Columbia with 1 timeout. The Braves with no timeouts remaining. Shikellamy with 1:34 to go and a 7-point lead. Central Columbia trying to tie this one and put it into overtime. After an hour and 8-minute weather delay that really wasn't a rain delay because there was no rain. It was a lightning delay for a storm that went out around Shikellamy Stadium, as Mark Lawrence calls it, the Sunbury Bubble.
Yes.
Mark Lawrence, our producer tonight, getting more than he bargained for and then some, but we're glad everybody stayed with us, both on WKOK, WKOK.com, and on our WKOK Sports YouTube channel. Is that Joe Bastardi's line? All right. Oh, that's going back into the AccuWeather archives. Welcome now is the shotgun as quarterback with a sidecar to the right on this 1st and 10. He'll get the direct snap. Braves rush 3. Has some time. Pressure's going. He fumbles, throws the ball, and it is, I think, an incomplete pass.
He threw it to a lineman.
He threw, but no, I think he actually threw it to Shad.
No, he threw it to 75.
But if Shad touched it first, it's not illegal touching. I thought that's an incomplete pass. He did. Shad was in the area and touched it, but I don't think he caught it. And I think you're right. It bounced into the hands of a lineman and ended up going to the ground incomplete.
Mm-hmm.
So that'll bring up a 2nd down and 10 and stop the clock with 1:27. Boy, that was almost disaster for the Blue Jays. So now Welcome will come back in and send 2 receivers to the far side, 2 to the near side. 2nd down and 10. Welcome, direct snap, 3-step drop, 3-man rush. Steps up in the pocket. He's sacked! Dropped him at the 41-yard line, and a big sack there by Mason Raybuck. Raybuck with a big play from his defensive tackle spot.
Well, Mason hasn't been able to get much going because he ends up doing a lot of holding blockers up so the linebackers can do it. That time he just came away from it and did a good job. All right.
1:14 remaining in this one. It'll be 3rd down and long. 3rd down and about 14 from the Central Columbia 41-yard line. They have to get to the, it's the Shikellamy 41-yard line. They have to get to the Shikellamy 27 for a 1st down. Just about right on the 27-yard line. Last timeout for the Blue Jays. No timeouts remaining on either side. 1:14 left. Shikellamy with a 21-14 lead. They have had the lead, Chief, since the 3-minute 22-second mark of the 2nd quarter. It has been a between the 20s for the most part second half.
Exactly. And it's been a scoreless second half.
Yes. 3rd down and 14. 1:14 to go out of timeouts. Welcome. We'll send Shad to the right of him. 3 receivers to the far side. Ball in the near hash mark, moving right to left. Gets the direct snap. rolling out to the far side.
Yeah.
Makes a man miss, sets up, fires, incomplete. Good defense by Ethan Turber as the pass was intended on the far side to Dylan Gregory, and that will bring up 4th down.
The tackles have to be conscious about containment, all right, that time, and you can't go inside and let him get outside because he's very dangerous, not just throwing the ball but running it.
Well, this is it, Chief. The ball game right here with the ball the 41-yard line of Shikellamy. 4th down and 14, no timeouts for either team. It is Central Columbia trying to get the first down to the Braves, trying to salvage this game and open up the season 1-0 for the first time in a long time. Welcome has 3 receivers to the far side. Shotgun, running back to the right. Direct snap, 3-man rush. Welcome steps up in the pocket, passes down the middle, it's complete, and he's got the first down. Complete to Nate Smith, who gets 16 in the first down with 59 seconds remaining. Clock will be stopped to move the chains. Remember, they have no timeouts left, but they can spike it if they choose to. Clock winds, ball spotted, direct snap to Welcome. Back to pass, pressure from the outside. Welcome rolls out, fires down the middle of the field. He's got a man again. It's Smith once again inside the 10 to the 8-yard line. Clock stopped again with 46 seconds left. 21-14. Shikellamy on top. Welcome will spike the ball this time with 42 seconds now on the clock.
5-yard line.
Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Shikellamy Braves football. .42 ticks left in this one. First, and make that second down and goal at the 6-yard line. The Braves have had one stand tonight inside the red zone and inside the 5-yard line and stop Central Columbia right before the half. Welcome in the shotgun, rolling out to the near side, pumps, fires, incomplete, and out of the hands of Eli Book, and it'll be 3rd down and 6 with just 38 seconds remaining. 3rd down and goal at the 6.
The quarterback for Central Columbia, those 2 plays that he made to get the first down and down to the 6, he did everything. He got away from people, and the secondary kind of froze for Shikellamy, and the receivers were wide open, and then nobody reacted to the ball.
3 receivers to the near side of the field on this 3rd and goal at the 6. 38 seconds to go. Clock will start with the ball. Here it is. Rolling out is Welcome. Welcome fires it into the end zone. Incomplete. Intended for Carafa. And Carafa gets hit as soon as the ball got there. And it will be 4th down and goal.
24, is that Schaefer? Or 28? That was
Chase Morgan.
Chase Morgan broke that one up.
Well, here it is. This is the ball game with 32 ticks left. Central Columbia looking to try and put this one within 1 point, trailing it by 7. 4th and goal at the 6. Can the Braves do another red zone stand and a turnover on downs? Welcome, back to pass, looking, steps up, look to the outside, floats one in the end zone, touchdown, Central Columbia! He finds his man in the back corner of the end zone for 6, and that one goes into the hands of Carafa.
So do you go for 2?
Well, you're on the road. You're on the road, Chief. If I remember right, on the road meant you usually go for the tie.
Yep.
And they're bringing in the extra point with 25 seconds left. This is a 1-point game. He's made both of them from earlier tonight. All on the foot of McGuire Blake and the hold. Here comes the snap. Good. Set. Down. Kick. Up. It is good. 25 ticks left and all tied at 21. Wow.
And now we got another Brave with a cramp.
The Braves tried to shut them down one more time and could not do it for the third time in the red zone. And momentum now all in the silver and blue.
Well, the Braves have not done anything on offense, Kevin. In the overtime, don't they start at the 10?
Yes.
All right, so
you basically have 4 plays.
I say right now that
deal on it and take your chances.
Central Columbia has the advantage. All right, because the Braves have not done well on offense. Well, they have 1 first down in this whole second half.
Milton shuts out South Williamsport 28-0. That game now a final. Southern Columbia up on Berwick 42-27 in the fourth quarter now. So now with 25 ticks left in the fourth quarter, it was the sophomore Peyton Carafa that catches the 6-yard pass for a touchdown. So the Braves have not been in a bonus round game in a long time, Chief. I can't remember. Again, I don't know. I couldn't tell you when.
I don't remember.
Mifflinburg, actually, I think was the last one I remember.
Was it Midwest?
I don't think it was Midwest. Maybe it was Midwest. I don't know. They're all starting to run together. What I know is we're about 25 seconds from ending whenever it was.
Well, first of all,
and being an overtime
First
game.
of all, you don't kick it deep if you're Central.
Oh no, you squib this when you do not want the speedsters and the sprinters to touch this football. Here comes the line drive, and it's going to go to one of those. It's Morgan. Morgan picks it up at the 15, 20, hash marks to 25, to the 30. Now cuts it outside. He's turned the corner. He's got the corner to the 40, to the 50, down to the 40, down to the 30-yard line, and is drugged down inside the 30-yard line. Chase Morgan from the 15 with 11 ticks left have given the Braves an opportunity. He was 2 steps from ending this one,
Yeah,
Chief.
they had an angle on him. That's the only way they got him. He outran everybody, but the angle cut down on cut down on his ability to get around the people. So, yeah, I don't understand why you would kick either one of those guys.
No way. I'd rather kick it out of bounds. I know that's going to get you a penalty, but still.
So, Kevin, you got 11 seconds.
Well, you got to take a shot and hope you don't make a mistake as well. But when you have the ball this far into Central Territory, maybe you take a shot, get up there, spike the ball, and have a second left, and maybe kick a field goal. Who knows?
That's a lot to do.
It is a lot to do in 11 seconds with a freshman quarterback in Raybuck. Raybuck's got it. He finds an out pattern, and no gain on the out pattern because actually running backwards a little bit with it was Packard. So it does drop down to 7 seconds, but that was one of those quick hitters that Coach Leiby has put in over the last couple of months.
But you go out of bounds.
You got to go downfield a little bit, yeah. Actually lost a yard at the 30-yard line now. So the Braves will huddle up with 7 seconds to go. Remember, no timeouts for either team at this point. I think you get 1 when you go into overtime. 3 receivers to the near side, 1 to the far side. Are they going to try and put one up into the end zone? Raybuck back to pass, 3-man rush, pressure from the backside, fires it downfield, and is incomplete. Just short for Fernandez with 1 tick on the clock. It wouldn't have mattered if he did catch it because the clock would have ran out. Wow. The game that started at 7 o'clock is now closing in on the witching hour.
Well, we're past 11, Kevin.
That is the witching hour, isn't it?
Sure is.
All right, here we go. 1 play, 1 second, 1 chance to keep this one from going to overtime. Raybuck with Schaefer Knights to the right. Do they give it to him and maybe see if we can break one? Nope, back to pass. Schaefer Knights in for the protector. Raybuck back, drifting back, stiff arms, sets up, breaks a tackle, looks up, fires downfield, it is popped up into the air and incomplete. And we are going to overtime. And bonus round of football tonight here at Shikellamy Stadium. And Shikellamy both has Shikellamy and Central Columbia both with a player now working out some cramp issues. So we're going to probably put, I believe, 2 minutes on the clock. And at 21 all, we will stick around for a little bit longer here at Shikellamy Stadium. Well, Chief, is this everything you always expected in a game and more?
I think we should just not do the first game every year and go to the second game. I don't mind overtime, and I don't mind it's just that it's 5 hours.
Well,
you've been here since 5:15.
Here's the big problem. Well, listen, we have a full slate of video crew here tonight, and they are doing a heck of a job trying to bring you those shots on the WKOK Sports YouTube channel. And they have been here as long and working just as hard as everybody else, and these players too. So big thank you to our entire WKOK Sports team. Mark Lawrence back at our studios as well, who's now into triple time, I believe. But
does Mark have to go in Saturday morning now?
I don't know.
All right.
Yes, actually, she's one of our camera folks tonight. Sharique Flowers also with us tonight. Emma Pettengill, Max Troutman, and Elizabeth DeRoba. That's our video crew for this evening, working to bring you some great pictures throughout the season. So we're trying to get everybody all comfortable with everything. And, hey, we've had plenty of time to work things out tonight. So, we've had a little bit of everything this evening here on WKOK and on the WKOK Sports YouTube channel. So here's the coin toss. It is in the air. Now, obviously, you probably want to defer. Central Columbia looks like they have won the toss. And I would guess they would want to be on defense, not defer, but be on defense to start.
They did defer. They're talking to the Braves now.
Well, that doesn't make any sense then. Well, I think they said defense, and then what end zone do you want to go to? Because remember, you'll both attack the same end zone, and they're going to go to the south. It looks like they're going to the south end zone. See if I'm correct. Yes. So it looks as if, well, maybe I'm completely wrong here. Central Columbia, they have elected to take the ball.
Well, hey, listen, they've been very successful.
I don't know. I want to go on defense. I want to know what I have to do. So, nevertheless, hey, that's why I'm up here. So the clock will wind down, and there will be no clock, just a play clock, which, by the way, is not working here. So they will keep the play clock on the field. You will have basically 4 plays to get points on the board or turn the ball over on downs. Here's what happens. If there is a turnover, that will end the series, and in this case, the Braves will take over and have an opportunity to score and win the game. Central Columbia, no matter whether they score or not, Shikellamy will have an opportunity to possess the football and will have to basically beat whatever Central Columbia does. Now, not like in high school, we'll start the ball at the 10-yard line, so you cannot get a first down unless it's by penalty.
Nice job there, buddy.
Well, now the question is, was I right with all that?
Yeah, I think you were. It sounded really good to me.
Oh, listen, half the battle is making it sound legitimate, even if you're wrong. Again, can't thank folks enough for sticking with us tonight here on WKOK, WKOK.com, and on the WKOK Sports YouTube channel.
We're the only show in town right
now. We are. We are the nightcap tonight. We are the Hawaii game. We are the Hawaii game on the West Coast when you're at 2 a.m. At 11:11, we are in overtime, and Central Columbia will have the ball at the 10-yard line. Logan Welcome with a lone setback behind him. 2 receivers to the far side. Welcome under center, straight drop, pressure coming. He will break that pressure, roll out to the right side, wide open in the back of the end zone, touchdown! And wide open was Eli Book, and he caught it for 6. And the Blue Jays strike first in overtime.
I don't understand. You let people get behind you, and that's happened twice now. And there's I don't know.
That could be our Shamokin Dam Health Center backbreaker play of the game.
Part of the problem is the fact the quarterback gets out of contain and he's attacking the line of scrimmage, so your backs are ready to come up to make a tackle, and he gets rid of the ball, and before he gets to that line of scrimmage and scores or throws a touchdown pass.
Extra point is up, and the extra point is good. So the Braves need 7 to win this one. They need a touchdown and the extra point. I'm sorry, to tie this one. They need a touchdown or a 2-point conversion to win it. I don't know if you'll see that happen tonight.
No, you won't.
So it is 28-21, and Central Columbia has their first lead since the opening score. The Blue Jays now will go on defense.
The Braves have not done well with their offense here for this, in fact, the entire game, to be honest with you.
So the Braves will start with the ball on the near hash mark, where Central Columbia had it on the far hash mark.
No, they're starting in the same spots. They were.
Oh no, you're right. They are on the near hash mark. You're right.
They're on the left hash mark.
Yep. My apologies. Raybuck now, the freshman quarterback in overtime, needs a touchdown. He's in the shotgun. He'll go back to pass. Looking, pumps, rolls out now, sets up. Now he's going to roll further. Throws a stiff arm, struck down for a loss at the 13-yard line. It'll be second down and goal at the 13, and then this Central player this time down behind the line. 28-21. Both teams, I believe, get a timeout here in overtime, although neither have used them as of yet. And getting up under his own power is Aiden Hidley. Here's a final: Southern Columbia 42, Berwick 27. So now it is official, Chief. This is the only game in town. It's the only game in maybe the tri-state area. Second down. Braves need a score here. Ball on the far hash mark this time. Raybuck with a shotgun, sidecar right of Schaefer Knights. Gets the direct snap. Rolls out. Fires it. Complete to the near side. Breaking a tackle and into the end zone for a touchdown is Luke Snyder. The Braves are down by 1 here in the first overtime. Luke Snyder with a 13-yard touchdown reception.
He just ran right out of the tackle, Kevin. The guy had him dead to rights, all right, with maybe a 3-yard gain, and Luke just used that strength and kept those legs going, all right.
Now what do? Do they go for the win or go for the extra point? I think there's a timeout available if they choose to use it. I thought they brought out the T and Fernandez with the T, and they did not.
They did not.
They are going for the win. This is it. Win it and go home. Raybuck under center, in the shotgun, back to pass, looking, firing, and it's incomplete! Right through the hands of the intended receiver, Pagan, and the Blue Jays hold on in overtime, 28-21. Wow!
28-27.
28-27, correction, thank you. I got so wrapped up in the moment. 28-27, the final score in overtime. Thanks for joining us on the WKOK Sports YouTube channel. We'll have the Shamokin Dam Health Center backbreaker play of the game, rundown of the scores one final time. That's coming up on News Radio 1070 WKOK. Once again, the final score, Central Columbia 28, Shikellamy 27 in overtime.